finals. Let's get through this thing. Trickster versus Wraith. Houndmaster versus Clown. Clown, no stranger to the playoffs, of course. And Demogorgon versus Cenobite, followed by Huntress versus Xenomorph. Our winners goes to the semi-finals. The winner of the semi-finals will face off in the best-of-5 final. Here we go. Trickster in Coldwind Farm in Torment Creek. Interesting map. If he can keep sight of survivors through the corn, he has every chance of getting some good range attacks out there and applying the pressure early. They won't be too unhappy about this map, as it so often has been during the tournament. It's all about how quick of a start these killers have. Sees Cheryl immediately. Takes a chase. Trying to force a pallet burn here. Maybe getting the blades out. Okay, fair enough. Let's do a little fake out the blades. Go for the M1. Didn't quite work out that way. At the very least, the pallet's gone. Gem movement off to the left. And there goes the other Cheryl. Big opportunity here for Trickster. There's the injury. One blade left. And he gets it. Good stuff from Trickster. Patient Trickster play. The kind of play we've been seeing a lot more recently from this killer. A surprise inclusion in the quarterfinals, but that right there is why he's here. Good opening hook. Has main event. Oh, not quite able to get main event out there. Maybe would have liked to have sent some speculative main event blades. No matter. So it's big gem movement here. Gets the kick. Question you're asking of Trickster. Did you get the Starstruck exposed effect far enough over here? Tough to say. In either case, not going to be able to benefit, or simply reload, get the range attack out there. And away he goes as David flees through the silo. Cheryl's still on a hook. 2 people chased away, but obviously the other Cheryl is presumably going to be there for the unhook. Just going for the M1 here. There was the window that could have been used to deny the blades had David gone for it. So Trickster going for the easier play. David seeing ahead through the silo, knowing what Trickster was going to do, pivoting back. And does get a window at on this time of asking. Okay, gotta kick the door in. But this is looking like a lengthy run that Trickster would want to be avoiding this early in the game. Oh, but gets the M1. Good little moonwalk there. Didn't do anything too special. Complete opposite of what we saw from the opening chase, but gets the job done nonetheless. He's gonna go for pain res here. It's a bit of a walk to get there. It is makeable, but the question is, does that second gem pop before he gets there? It does not. Okay, good hook. Get some good barbecue and chili value here. Cheryl off to the right as well. Big regression on the pain res gem. And away they go. Could have gone main event there. Has chosen not to. Might be a good call in all honesty. With how many corners there were, with how tight the loops were. Keeping that movement speed might have been the better call. Going for the blinds and they don't get it. The barrels there. Saving Trickster. Has main event. And will not be able to get it out there. Waited just a bit too long. Reloads. Does have Starstruck here. That could have been used. But Starstruck has passed. They'll no longer be exposed. There's the unhook. Where's Cheryl? Oh, pivoted away from that tile. Went for the double window. Comes back. Trickster chasing ghosts at the moment. There's the unhook. We'll be looking for an injury here on Cheryl. Trying to bounce some blades off the tractor. Doesn't quite work out. There is the injury, however. 24 blades in the back pocket. Hasn't used main event yet. Might do so now. And uses that to very good measure. Gets another dying state. Will be the 4th dying state. one on each survivor. If we have seen anything, any cautionary tales, however, from previous tournaments, it's that you really need to start focusing your survivors out of there. You can't be too fair with these hooks, because that way lies a loss. And a loss alone. Was someone moving to this tile, but damned if he knows where they've gone. Okay, reloading. Over to Jen. Over to Dave, who's not healed up. And that's a situation you are very, very happy to punish. Here, heads this tile. And maybe look for the ricochet blades to do some work. And they kind of will. One connects. One away. Oh, unbelievable dead half from Dave. Main event. Not really going to do much on this tile. Good stuff from Dave. Gets the pallet here. Has to be some blades coming out there. Gem pops. He's, what, 3 blades away here? It's not been a bad game from Trickster, but the team just bought enough time in these chases. This is an overlong chase for sure. Needs to close this down, needs to close it down soon. And just loses Dave again on this pallet. 1 blade away, 2 blades away. Oh, and out of blades. Dave able to flee the scene. What a shame with dead hard there. Gotta reload. But that has been ruinous to Trickster's game state. And not in a locker. Keeps on running past. There goes another gen. And just like that, a decent game state has turned to nothing but ash and dust. Has to go after Cheryl around this gen, but loses them entirely. No clue where they've gone. Genuinely no clue where they've gone. That was quite something. Back to patrolling their gens. 1 dead hard. 1 bit of endurance could have sent Trickster crashing out the quarterfinals. If he can't get something going here, it's hard to see how 4 hooks will be enough against Wraith at this stage in a tournament. Wraith who's just been so consistent. Going for the ricochet blades. They have not been fantastic for Trickster. And same old story right there. Kicking the pallet, looking for the M1. There you go, Dying State, finally. It could be a pallet save. Just finds a way to get onto the pallet, but no save forthcoming. Someone has not had a pain res hook. Is it Dave? It's not. It's not. Trickster found pain res with Dave, so maybe Thalita, who has not had the pain res hook. It's a moot point now, gem pops. Looking for a way to get the injury through the window. It is no way out. It is 3 stacks on no way out. Somehow 3 stacks on no way out. Is there a shoulder the burden gamer? Has something gone on here? It must be a shoulder the burden gamer then, because there's no way that you would get 4 different unique hook states and only 3 no way out stacks. Entry there. Window's gone. Cheryl forced to flee to another tile. And do they make it back to the pallet here is the question. Oh, it's a great fake out from Cheryl. Very good stuff there. Just able to swing through the pallet to get the dying state. So it'll be another very important hook here. Every hook, that bit more of a chance of progressing. And the gate's still not open. Main event in play. That's an interesting get, and that could be genuinely important here. Just keep on running our way. any line of sight onto the hook. Worth a go. Worth a go. Because there goes Dave. And some ricochets connecting. Ah, but the other gate is open. So that looks like it will be all she wrote, and it looks like it will just be 6 hook stages for Trickster. GG. GG. It all depends on whether Dalita is able to get back on their gate over here. The difference between a 6 and an 8 hook game. Six hook game. Feels very unlikely that that will be enough. Over to the spreadsheet. 6 hooks for Trickster. A clear path to victory into the semi-finals for Wraith here. Wraith in Gideon. 6 hook stages to beat. And footsteps. And a survivor. Good opening find this for Wraith. Do they drop immediately? They do not. They do not. Credit to them. Aura reading there. It's enough for the injury. Very, very close. Cloaking up, giving chase. They might run through the pallet here. Interesting interaction with the pallet. Honestly, the lack of a stun benefits Wraith a great deal. What's giving aura reading? Predator. When you drop chase, you get aura reading. Okay, no pallets here. They are going to take a hit, are they? They will. There's someone still on the gen, so got to head back. Got to put some pressure on. Get another injury here on Ada. One of these pallets is gone, so the room isn't quite as strong as it otherwise could be. They will, however, find themselves another pallet. Big, big stun when coming out the cloak. And it's just too scary of a pallet, so he's got to kick as Wraith. Was never able to kick this gen, but will now. There are reasons to be cheerful. Wraith able to stall out that most intense pressure point there. That gen gets a few injuries, although 2 of them have healed up. But just hoping this keeps the game on side for a bit longer than it otherwise would. Just keeping on Ada conventionally here and just hoping that he can close them down before they get to another pallet. And he will be able to here. But there goes 2 gens for his trouble. Alright, over to the Painless hook. For what that's worth, can't imagine which gen could be moving to any greater degree. Maybe that was a situation there with 2 gens popping where Wraith should have held on to Pain Res. Tough to say. At least it definitely has regressed a gen somewhat. There's a bit of movement in the bathroom. Certainly is a survivor here. Let's get the injury. Faking out a cloak, and they don't drop that pallet. Is there enough one up ahead? What a silly question. Wraith kicks the pallet. Tries to get ahead of them. Won't be able to until they find another pallet. Kicks that. Keep on moving into the freezer room. Heads to another pallet. Wraith kicks it. Trying to block them off from the freezer room. They'll get to another pallet. Maybe they won't burn this one. They burn it. Wraith kicks diligently. Recloaks. Goes back after Gabe. Hoping to get to them before they find another pallet. They've found another pallet. Wraith kicks. Keeps on Gabe. They find another pallet. They don't burn it, unbelievably, because they have another pallet. They burn it. Wraith kicks. Keeps on Gabe. All the way to another pallet. They burn it. Wraith kicks. Follows Gabe. Upstairs they go. No more pallets here. There's a pallet. They burn it. Wraith kicks. Keeping on Gabe. Checking on the gen. A different one pops. Back on Gabe. No pallets here. Never mind, there's a pallet. Wraith gonna uncloak. Not gonna uncloak. They get the pallets done. Wraith cloaks. And kicks. Gabe spinning as if they've done something. Downstairs goes Wraith. To the bathroom. Need to kick this gen. Injury. Injury. Tooth repressor 1. Very good. And needs to get this gen kick. So does. Cloaking up. Okay, the map's somewhat depleted now. So a big opportunity for Wraith here as he chases V and they find a pallet. Which they do drop. Wraith kicks. Back on V. They're going to keep on running. They'll find another pallet. They get to it. Wraith got to bait out the drop here. Does. Wraith kicks. Follows V. They find some vaults here. Those aren't pallets. Surely now there's an opportunity for a dying state. Pallet was burnt here. The fruits of Wraith's labours. Maybe now. Being repaid. Becoming evident. As there is no hook. There's a hook on the left, and they'll just get the heal there, unfortunately. 2 gens left. The map should be in a very, very nasty state now for this team. Maybe there is hope. Only 2 hooks. So things are looking pretty good for Trickster as it stands, but as we were saying, not many pallets left in the map, as there was Kate. Somewhere around here. Moving in for the unhook, presumably. And they pivot off to the right. Okay, this is good. This is good for Wraith. Cloaking up. Uncloaking. As they vault. Injury here. Unhook behind. Wraith gonna keep on Kate. Okay, desperately hoping and searching for a pallet. They will find nothing of the sort. Never mind, there's a pallet. Wraith kicks. Pivots to the right. Wants to keep them locked into this area. Doubles back. And honestly, Kate has taken a really good line there. We'll be able to get to the window. Wraith following. So back for the window. And they'll get over to the window again. No, they won't. They were going to the right, hoping for a pallet. There is not one. Hoping for a pallet here. There is not one. Could it be the Wraith's lucky day? Dying state. Putting a stop to this gen once more. Getting a hook. Now, unfortunately, there just are no pain res hooks anywhere around here. We're going to call that the Gideon effect. There is one upstairs. Can Wraith get up there? Certainly can. Okay. Some very important gen regression at a very important time. There it goes, second pain res token used. Third no way out token in effect. Back down here. Is this the gen that got hit by pain res? It is not. Still worth a kick. As Gabe heads up, looking for the unhook, and gets it. And they were just stood under the hook. Don't know what was going on there. Deary, deary me. A pallet and an injury. Wraith going to take that situation 10 times out of 10. No DS either. Could that be the thing that gets Wraith into the quarterfinals? Quite possibly. The semi-finals, in fact. These are the quarterfinals for those keeping score. Right. Back on Gabe, who's been the master of finding pallets. Are there any pallets left to find? No, there is a vault in the freezer room. Uncloaking here. Concerns about whether Gabe can make it back to the window? Certainly he can. And then flees the freezer room entirely. Heading upstairs. There is another pallet. They won't make it. They won't make it. The injury gets through. They'll get to another pallet. They drop that. Wraith kicks. Uncloaking. They'll find another pallet. They'll drop it. Wraith's done well there to counter that. Every chance that they can get there before another pallet. Never mind, it's a window. Fair play. Gotta leave. Gotta leave. Maybe kick this pallet for good measure. Four hook stages for Wraith. 2 more required to force this to a replay. 3 for the win. 1 or 0, and it'll be Trickster in the semi-finals. A shock. A shock result that would be. Remember this gen at the very beginning? No, it wasn't that gen that was moving. It was a different one. Never mind. It's here. Here's your team. There's Vina. Lock of some reason. Injury there. And just really desperately does need a dying state and presumably a pain res hook. Can't quite remember whether V was the pain res survivor or not. It's a moot point as they'll get to a pallet. They throw it. The gem pops. Misplayed by Wraith for sure. Uncloaked too early. Gave them the distance they needed. They're pivoting to the left, hoping for a pallet. There is not one. As Gabe takes a hit. And here's the thing. Here's the thing. If you can get Gabe on hook and just camp the hook and secure that kill, it's a win. Gabe possesses 3 hook stages. So Wraith getting the dying state. And you know where they're going. They're heading downstairs. If you can hook camp Gabe in the endgame, secure these 3 hook stages, you're on your way to the semi-finals. That's what they're going to do. However, there is a question. Nowhere is still in effect. Maybe there's an argument you could get more injuries here and make the potential hook save all the more difficult. Presumably someone down here waiting for the gate. They, for once, refuse to burn a pallet and they get injured. Running upstairs. Huge play for Wraith here. Huge play for Wraith. There's the unhook downstairs. Should have time to trade up. And this will be the 6th hook stage. So whatever the case here now, Wraith is not eliminated. Needs 1 more hook. 1 more hook stage for the win. Going after Gabe. Heading to the right-hand side, pivoting around. Ooh, is the gate moving here? Oh, it's 99. Oh, it's 99. Oh, no. Oh, no, not a replay. Please, not a replay. Please, not a replay. Heading downstairs. Oh, my God. Wraith might have given away a replay. Will this tournament ever end? Heading upstairs. Needs to find V. Needs to block off V. V doubles back. V doesn't double back. V circles around. Need to find the injured party, please. No, Ada, no. Pivoting left. Ada right there. Oh, you're kidding. Oh, you are kidding. Oh, no, you're kidding. Ada moving upstairs. Takes the injury. Kate there as well. Oh, no. Oh! Hold on. Who's here? Was V here? Oh, no. Where's V gone? All he had to do was camp the hook and it would have been a win. Oh, and Ada's not leaving now. Can Wraith, by any means, secure... Hang on. Can he meme his way... Can he meme his way to more hook stages? Can he meme his way over to more hook stages? No, Ada. Ada, look, the bell. Look, the ringing of the bell, Ada. Ada, please, the ringing of the bell. No! It's a 6-6 tie. We have to play this game again. We change the order now. So Wraith plays first. Okay, Suffocation Pit. Has to be said, probably a much better map for Wraith this. Certainly won't spend as much time kicking pallets. See what he can do. No intel on the survivors yet. Scratch marks here, okay. There goes Michaela. Injury. First survivor sighted, an injury in reasonably quick time. We need to lock in here. Left a lot on the table in the opening game. Maybe a bit of a warm-up. Got to be a drop there. Do they vault? They do. Good stuff from Wraith. Good opening dying state. Looking for pain res here at the early stage. Ooh, as we have Jake going for a save. Maybe the injury could have been on the table there if Wraith was a bit more aware and a bit more reactive. As a scratch marks pass, and that's been a real problem for these killers. Lack of tracking, and there's Jake. Okay. They should find the pallet here. Gonna go for the window instead. Medium vault. You know, you've got to commend the survivor who doesn't immediately go for the pallet through, but Wraith was able to counter there, the medium vault. Bringing about the injury. And there will be no question this will be a pallet burn. Never mind. Oof. Again, big respect to this survivor. Not looking to take the easy pallet burn, but it does lead to a dying state for Wraith. Second hook, already a much, much better situation here. An unhook and a heal, so yeah, no doubt about it. They're hanging around there. Well played by Michaela. Was trying to see who got the unhook. Didn't see anyone around the heel. So where did they go? Presumably in for the other unhook over here. As there's a heel on hook. Oh, and Jake. Jake, wrong place, wrong time. Is it going to be a pallet save for him? There will not be, and there's no DS either, so right back on the hook. Real shame for Jake. Third hook state for Wraith. There's some gem movement, and there's Michaela. They're going to try for the window. They won't make it. That'll be an injury. So it's looking like the kind of game state that really Trickster was looking for. Trickster spread out the hooks, and it really hurt him. As Wraith body blocks a pallet very nicely indeed. Well done. Well done. Exactly what you need to be doing as Wraith. Getting focused aggression on Michaela, on Jake, and Michaela doesn't like any of that. They're out of there. Obviously, no question as to whether the game is valid or not. Plenty of the game has passed. Several DBD moves made. This one will count regardless of the DC. It certainly doesn't help the team. So there's the unhook over here. 4 gens still left. Big gem movement over here. Trying to block off Killer Shack, and we'll be able to. Oh, is Jake kind of sandbag Sable a little bit there. Showing Red Stain, hoping for the vault. Doesn't get it. Well done by Sable, in all sincerity. The aura reading put Wraith at a huge advantage in Shack, but Sable held her nerve. Good job. They didn't go for the vault there, though, so that will still be a dying stage. But in a tournament in which, you know, Sable has taken some flack, that was a good performance from her. It will be pain res. And pain res obviously hitting on that gen, that very far along gen. No movement there. Now just break this pallet. And in comes Nia. Who keeps on going. Okay, fair enough. Finds the pallet, drops it. Some good counter Wraith gamers here. Nia Carlson, no exception. Gets the Vault, there's aura reading. Can Wraith do anything about that? Not really, and they're just going to get to the window again. Okay, gotta leave. Only one add-on. Let's not worry about that. Please, let's not worry about that. It's all chill. Oh, good. The gen visual bug is still present. That's nice. So, heading over to Michaela. It's a bot. Injury there. Runs right back into Wraith. Oh, God bless. Oh, God bless. How we've longed for a situation like that. That will be 3 survivors remaining. About 2 gens remaining. This team have pulled it close, despite a really tough start for them. Gotta hand it to this team, they've done well. So there is gen movement here. There's Nia Carlson. There's Sable, blowing a skill check. What was I saying about Sable? Listen, we all make mistakes. In this world, we all make mistakes. Clearly that is one that's very, very, very advantageous to Wraith. And to his matchup here. So here goes Nia. That will force Jake to move in for the save. Well played. Should still be an injury here. No, won't be. Oh, Nia Carlson is not to be trifled with, kicking the pallet and moving away. Oh, and Sable's given up. Sable's given up. Sable wants no part of this, and that will be a hook. And now, Jake, who went around this way, and presumably medium vaulted back in, then maybe walked around here. Nope, okay, Jake has pulled a Houdini here. There he is. There he is. Gets live. Was running live. Didn't know that. And maybe that explains the medium vault situations that Wraith was looking at earlier. Gets the blind. Heads to Shack. No doubt about it. This is the chase to be taking for Wraith. Or a reading. But just passes. As Jake gets around the corner. So wasn't able to use that effectively to counter Shack. Jake does vault. Should force the pallet burn here. Will it be an injury and a pallet burn? Not quite. Gets the blind again. A good situation here for Wraith. Made better still by whatever that was. Jake assuming that his torch was powered by nuclear fusion and blinded for roughly 2 weeks. Unfortunately, it did not. Wraith seeing exactly where Jake went and countering. So, it will be Hatch on the side of Shack. They're getting very competent at that now. And all eyes on Nia, who has been sensational. Who Wraith has been fearful of and has largely stayed away from. And it's been good for the Wraith's game that he's decided that. Now he has to face this challenge head on. And secure the final kill. 9 hook stages is a vulnerable score. 12 hook stages, especially with 2 gens remaining, that's pretty strong. And there's Nia Carlson. And that really should be all she wrote for this one. Brace yourself for a long chase here. But as long as Wraith can keep Nia in front of him, he'll be looking very, very good. Faking out the kick. Does that do anything? Well played by Nia. Oh, good move from Wraith. Did they get the window here? They do. Nia has the long window wall. Will still be a dying state. Very good gamer. Very impressive. But it does end in a 12 hook stage performance. Thank you, Nia. Thank you. "12 hook stages for the Wraith, a gen differential of 2. So what that means is Trickster needs to get a 4K with 3 or more gens remaining to progress through to the semi-finals. Trickster on Yamaoka. Now remember, the Wraith got the 4K with 2 gens remaining. Therefore, the moment the survivors pop their 4th gen, leave the game state with 1 gen remaining, Trickster is eliminated. So, a lot to do and not a lot of time in which to do it, as there's gen movement in the main building. And movement, but no vision. No intel. At least none that the Trickster could see. More movement over here. Unfortunate. And not able to get the dying state either. What a rough situation there. Maybe shouldn't have spent the time kicking that door. That could have been better spent actively progressing or regressing the other gen. As Jonah flees the Tarn, that will be a dying state at least. Looking for a Painless hook. That'll be the hook and a little bit of regression. As Painless hits another gen. There goes Meg. Really needing a reload here. Not enough blades to be getting on with. But there just are no lockers anywhere in main building, the one place where we would expect lockers to be. Lockers in a building? No, makes much more sense they'd be here by the boulders. Fair enough, fair enough, fair enough. The reloads. And loses Meg in the process. But finds whoever this is. But then loses whoever this is. But then finds whoever this is. But then loses them again. Goes up to the building, finds them, then loses them. Finds them. Loses them. Finds them! It's Rebecca. Burns the pallet. Getting no blades out there, so that's good. Kicking the pallet. Looking for a way to get an injury here. Needs 2 more blades to connect. And they'll just find a way around a corner. Things are looking grim for Trickster. 1, 2. No! Doesn't connect with that all-important final blade. Needs it here. Gets it. There's the injury. Main event. That won't quite do it. Brings down the pallet. Oh, Trickster just can't quite get the blades out there. Now he can, and that will be a dying state. Okay. Well done by Trickster. Needs Painless. Needs it urgently. So, in spite of a tough start, he still has a 4-gen situation and will maintain a 4-gen situation with that pain res hook. Oh, but only briefly. They get the gen immediately thereafter. There must have been 2 gens roughly at 90. That would seem to make sense. So the gen pops and the survivor flees. This gen is concerning. This is where he needs to be. Big, big, big movement here. There's Meg fleeing the scene. Looking for an injury here, Trickster. That will not do it. Main event. Well, well, well. Handing the hook to Trickster on a silver platter there. Be another pain res instance. A very important pain res instance. Now here's the thing, the moment another gem pops, Trickster cannot qualify. The most he could do is force the replays. There was someone here, right? Not 100% sure. Gotta head elsewhere. So ideally, Trickster would now go on an absolute tear and get the 4K for another single gen pops. Tough to see. There is a chance, though, however slim, there is a chance. As the unhook over here, presumably going to get right back on that gen after unhooking. So this is where Trickster needs to be. If Meg has tapped the gen, there'll be no endurance, there'll be no decisive strike, none of that. Okay, they do not go on the gen. They unhook and then they flee probably to main. If one were to guess, and there certainly is someone here at least. So that'll be Yunjin. Big gen movement behind. Pivoting over there. Getting some aggression. As Yunjin is taking Trickster on a very successful chase all the way down to Shaq. Looking for an injury here. One blade away. Connects. Main event into Shaq. Can it work? Oh, it does just barely. Very, very close there. Basement's here, but he needs pain res. Can he make pain res happen? He can. Before a gem pops. Keeping hope alive. There it is. No one on the gen over to the left. Someone, maybe Meg, walking into main building. It looks like Jonah is on the right-hand side on this gen over here. Needs to pressure him away, and we'll be able to. Before the gen pops. Scratch marks, but no survivor to be seen. Another aggravating situation here. Stealth has been working well against a multitude of killers. Trickster, no exception. Just isn't able to get the momentum that he needs. They're spending too long walking around trying to find people. Starstruck, by the way. Been a complete letdown for Trickster. Sorry, got caught on the word there. No value from it at all. And there goes that gen. Okay, so the most that Trickster can do now is force the replay. And honestly, his chances are looking very slim. Needed to get someone out of here far sooner. Needed to tunnel, to be perfectly honest with you. Wasn't able to do so. And now things are looking very bad indeed. Keeps on Rebecca. Needs two blades out there. There's one. There's two. Just not enough of those connecting. Trickster looks on wistfully as the blades hit nothing but dirt. Main event. Forces him away from Shaq, which isn't bad if you're Trickster, but somehow it works out for them. Lost them in the weeds there. As there's the dying state. I honestly couldn't tell you how that didn't connect, as it's for the people. Jonah was here somewhere. And there goes a gen. So with that, Trickster is eliminated. And there go the gates. Don't tap the gate panel, please. Don't tap the gate panel. I'm on it. Don't worry about it, survivors. Don't worry about it. Trickster's eliminated. And we don't have to wait out the extent of no way out. Good stuff. So Wraith will be our first semi-finalist. And we don't care about what's going to go on here. So let's get over to the spreadsheet. Over to the spreadsheet we go. Trickster that will end up being a 4-hook game. So your first semi-finalist is indeed Wraith, who qualifies there in quarterfinal 1. We go now, eventually, to Houndmaster versus Clown. Again, when the team sees fit to leave. Yes, thank you, Meg. Thanks, Meg. Thank you, Meg. Thank you, and Jin. Okay. Cool. Jonah, if you'd be so kind. Hatch is here if you want it, Jonah. You've got plenty of avenues for escape. Go on, go on, go on. Yes, thank you, Jonah. 3 separate people we've had to specifically usher out of the trial. Jesus Christ. Okay. Houndmaster versus Clown. This is going to be a very, very interesting matchup. Houndmaster, new to the tournament. Clown has a storied history with the World Cup. This one will be fascinating. Houndmaster on Crotus Pren. A little bit confused about where she needed to go there. Let's send Snug over to the other side of the map.
Fine.
Is that Jen? Listening out for Jen movement here. Here's none, so therefore heads back. What on earth is Snug doing? Here's best. What's this path, Snug? It still boggles my mind that the AI can't quite handle A to B in the shortest direction. In the shortest time, I should say. As that sprint burst from Ace makes a lot of sense. Okay. Well. Not messing with Ace there. Pivoting over back to the Gen. Looking for a chase here. Has been using the search a lot recently. Hasn't been doing a lot with the chase. And that's part of why there. So get the window. Houndmaster heading back. Putting pressure on the Gen. And injury on Trev. There it is. And the pallet burn. Could be a chase out there. Snug won't quite connect. Okay, so coming back, kicking the pallet. Regressing the Gen.
Fine.
Oh. And Snug not quite able to find the generator there. Just goes upstairs, which isn't bad. As again, it's another situation. Aha, there they are. Another situation where the survivor almost hiding in plain sight.
Fine, you're rat.
Sending out Snug. Getting the speed. Should be the dying state here. It will be. Do you prefer payments or do you prefer basement? I think in this early situation, probably going to go pain res. Basement plays more for when you're approaching the end game, perhaps. As there is payments. Jagged Compass will be good as well. Once again, Snark not able to find the right location. Nonetheless. Houndmaster heads to the Gen. Good decision to go immediately. As Ace is working on this Gen, looking to commit. Oh, there was someone else. There was Trevor. Oh, and Ace loves it. And why not? Not a bad decision from Houndmaster. Try and go for the kick on the Gen. As Ace vacated it, but didn't see Trevor on the other side. Nasty, nasty stuff. And things are going for, things are looking sensational here for Clown. You know what you're getting into when you see an Ace Visconti in the leopard print shirt and the leopard print shorts. Oh, hold on just a second. Dead hard. Dead hard. Turns around, eats a pallet to the face from Trevor. One of those kind of games. I'm sure we're all used to them.
Sick.
Putting the Snug to the left-hand side, trying to keep on Trev. Could have been injury through the window. Not quite. And again, losing someone in plain sight. The scratch marks not as visible as they otherwise could have been. Trevor gets to Shack. And flees Shack.
Fire.
Gets a speed boost there. Ace looking to take a hit, and of course will do. And do you pivot there? Go after Ace? It really is a pick your poison kind of situation. Snug? Snug? Snug anywhere? Snug? Snug? Snug, where are you? Snug? Houndmaster does not have her dog. Her dog is stuck. There is Snug. Great. Great, and just in time. Snug through the window, and won't quite connect. However, that could lead to the M1 here. It will, it will. Okay, good exchange there for Houndmaster. Finally gets the dying state. And, looking at pain res here, every hook so vital. Scourge hooks, doubly or even triply so. As there's Jackie Compass on the gen over there. Can I get there as quickly as possible, following Snug? Okay, there's a door here, Snug, but that's okay. There's no one currently on the gen, so they must have vacated the premises. And here they went. And here they are, presumably. No? This really can't keep on happening to these killers. They're losing valuable time. And again, being denied the momentum of moving from hook to hook. Kicking the door, trying to make main building as manageable as possible. There's Ace again. Now you've got to be anticipating Dead Hard here. It will be an injury.
Fine.
Snug upstairs. Gets a little bit of a speed boost. They drop down. They drop down. Oh, but hang on. There's All Shaking Thunder for the big lunge. This might not be a disaster. Not yet. Snug connects. Nice. And the big lunge doing good work there. Shouldn't be a chance of a pallet save. Could be DS perhaps. But the likelihood is that Ace was working on the gen, so no DS there. And you can't dead hard while being in the clutches of Snug. So, there you go. Another hook on Ace. But the gen pops. And once again, you don't get the bubble, you don't get the little visual indicator, but you do know from context that it was that gen. Injury on Claudette. As they drop down, presumably. No, maybe not. There's someone going in for the save now. There's Trevor. Snug does connect, okay. Opportunity to go in for the injury. There it is. Goes for it again. Oh. And being a bit more aggressive now with the chases is Houndmaster. Not quite working out, not yet. But a good statement of intent, and Trevor should not be able to be evasive here. Could be dead hard. Just didn't have the... Oh, fair enough, fair enough. Don't know how that happened. And you can't win games Dead by Daylight if you're making whiffs like that. It was a very clean spin, but it didn't feel like anything too special. Enough to elicit the whiff. There's Ace. Ace's death hook. Big opportunity here. Big, big, big opportunity here to turn this into a 3 survivor situation. Should be a drop here. And it just is. Feels very much like a Styptic play. Does Ace still have a med kit? Well, would probably be taking more aggressive aggro if it were Styptic. Be ready for that. Be ready for Dead Hard. Be ready for a lot of things here. Okay, well, I can't say that anyone was really ready for that. Could still be DS perhaps. Nope. It will be a hook. What's going on with these hits, or lack thereof? As they are going to try en masse to take some hits here. Dying state there is fine. Claudette will be able to body block, so it should be a hook denial. But able to get a hook at least. No, never mind. Hanato gets picked up. With conviction. Okay. Things are looking very, very grim for Houndmaster. That was a good chase. Denying the window there, very important. So, finally, able to get the hook that she was denied. Claudette moving in, but they won't be able to do anything here. What could happen is you could be looking at a chase. Closed down very shortly. Slug just gave up on the play. Alright, fair enough. Can't move the survivor around double window that way. That would be playing into their hands. It would give them a quick vault. Gets a dying state. Okay. Hook right to the left. Very, very efficient from one to the next. Okay. And she might be making a bit of a game of this. Houndmaster. If Hanato vaults. Could be dead hard. Oh, it isn't. Could be DS. Lots of it still could be here. Okay, she might finally... No, never mind. Was going to say might finally be getting a kill, but it won't be. It's just second hook stage for Hanato. All the while, Trevor is probably loving life just sat on that gen, if I were to guess. Houndmaster sending Snug in that direction. And there is certainly someone on the gen. Oh. Heal going on here. Gen pops. Ace trying to take hit, isn't able to. Dead hard, there it is. Dying state there. Gonna just take the hook as quickly as possible. And that will send her to 7. Puts her in a viable spot here. And the gate has not yet been tapped. So still has those 3 stacks of no way out to look forward to. There is the unhook. And there's Trevor. If you can get the hook here before a gate is tapped, it could still be 4 stacks of no way out. Just gonna have a look there, see if Hanato's hanging around. No, there's Trevor. Great play from Houndmaster. Dying state coming up. Just. And they're by the gate panel, and they'll tap the gate panel. Damn shame. Would have been huge to have got that 4th stack. But still, a hefty amount of time being bought with no way out. That hook not being there is a little bit annoying. It'll be 8 hook statuses for Houndmaster. Big opportunities here. Going to check on the other gate panel. Meanwhile, heading over this way. Hanato should be nearby. There's no one by the other gate, and unfortunately, there's the unhook. Just little things going wrong for Houndmaster here. Not able to keep control of the game in the way that she would ideally like to. There's Trevor. Gotta go after the injured party in a situation like this, no doubt about it. Trevor does not know, by the way, about No Way Out. So making a beeline to the gate, but that is a gate that will not be open, nowhere close.
Extra chunk for you after.
So another hook over here. The question that remains is, have they got this gate? They have. They may well still be looking for a way to get the unhook, is the thing. As there's Ace. If there was going to be someone going in for the save, you would have to imagine it would be Ace. I don't know if this is a play that Hanato goes for. Never mind, okay. I apologise for the assumption. Hanato right there for the unhook. Injury on Ace. And now Ace is in a bit of spot of bother. Balance landing, of course. They're going to make a beeline for the door, presumably. Then they go for the window. Well played by Houndmaster! Ace looking in the wrong direction entirely. Okay. Big play. And if there's a situation in which the other 2 have only just got on the other exit gate, gotta be the play you're trying to counter as Houndmaster. Trying to send Snug to the exit gate panel. Eventually makes it happen. Here's Hanato. And there's Trevor. Unfortunate, but just wasn't quite able to be in the right position at the right time. What could you do here? You could get Snug back eventually. Snug connects. Injury there. And Trevor able to leave easily. But 10 hook statuses for Houndmaster is not bad at all. 10 hooks for Clown to beat in Dead Sands, which is a pretty good map for Clown. And away he goes. No mucking about, turning, speed bottle, finding a survivor. This is what Clown does. Where other killers have a really tough time finding survivors, finding people, Clown just seems to be in the thick of it almost immediately. Getting the injury there, I mean, look at this. And there is a no-mither gamer, wow. What a boon for Clown. What a help that is for his game here. Oop. As Leon shuns the pallets and takes a dying state. Oof. Very close. They have every reason to feel very bad about that. The hit under the pallet never feels good. Okay. So, reloading. Presumably gem movement over on this side. This is where the survivors spawn. Big gem movement over here. Okay. Well worth a kick. That gem pops. It's that one over there. Okay. Claudette wise to what Clown was trying to make happen there. Some big, big crouches beneath the pallet. Did they drop another one? Yeah, let's see your crouches. Okay. Seeing a lot of that. Seeing a lot of showboating from the survivors this time around. Okay, and maybe if they spent more time watching looping guides and less time watching BM guides, they'd have more successful chases. So it'll be a hook there. Getting the reload. Back over to this gen. Ah, it's unfortunate with the speed bottle there. Another kick. Aura reading just shows you one survivor. Well worth the chase, well worth the opportunity. Again, the bottle just unfortunately not landing where Clown wants it to. As they won't drop. Slowness there. Ooh, as Rick caught in two minds about where to go. And that will be a dying state. Remember Bamboozle. Bamboozle, very important there. Could have used that far sooner. That'll be another hook. Big speed bottle up ahead. As we're thinking about committing to the gen. There's no mither game and there's Jake. Well played. Good use of the aura reading. And there's your dying state. Claudette's there. Has a toolbox. Might be looking for a Sabo play. So Clown just gonna stay away from that whole situation. Get the hook here. And it's been a very, very good start. So Claudette's here. Okay. Still very tempting. Very tempting to go after the chase, no doubt about it. But it seems like that's the one pressure point. If Clown can keep that stalled out for a little while longer, be feeling very, very good about the game state to come. It says Rick again. Big slowness bottle there. Leon takes a hit. No issues there. Drops a pallet. And doesn't vault. Could be a dead hard. Nope. And there's your dying state. Popping the speed bottle down just to get to that hook that bit quicker. Everything maximally efficient is Clown's MO here, and he's halfway to that 10 hook total, and only one gen has popped. They keep on trying to make this one happen. It has been regressed into near insignificance. Good stuff from Clown. As there goes Jake. Getting the slowness bottle in shack. They're going to move the other side, the other way around it. Although, opportunity here on Rick Grimes. Being followed by Claudette. Should be a pallet drop there. No. Interesting. Well played. And that does enough for Rick to commit to the gem while injured, which is very impressive. Injury on Claudette. An alley-oop over the wall. Will that land true? Nope, doesn't have enough on it. Sends another one. Connects with the branch and the branch alone. Go for the window. Reloading his clown. As they flee that tile. What on earth? Caught on nothing at all there. Ultimate bamboozle. Pallet. Slowness bottle ahead. Getting the speed is the clown. Waiting out dead hard. There it is. And there's your dying state. Okay, so eruption. Again, on that most important gen, the one by Killer Shack. Maybe a bit of an overlong chase, maybe a bit of an overcommitment there. But the team are now entirely injured. The snowball could very much be on, and that is 6 hooks of the 4 hook total garnered. As someone surely overcommitted there. It's Rick Grimes. Trying to flee the scene. Slowness bottle up ahead. Could be dead hard. Waiting it out. Dying state there. So, another hook. Hooks in quick succession here for Clown. Someone might get back and get on that gem pop it, but I think the damage may have been done. 3 survivors now on Death Hook. Is there a kick still available for this gen? No. And that one pops. A surprise. A big surprise. And a big opportunity here, perhaps. Although, Jake, the only non-Death Hook gamer, is this chase even worth it at this point? Probably. Probably with how this is going. Dead hard. Just making sure. Just making sure they're getting the hook. This will be Clown's 8th. 2 away from forcing a replay. 3 away from a victory. And a semi-final matchup against Wraith. Which is what's at stake here. As Leon goes for the unhook. Oh, big opportunity now. Big opportunity now for Clown. There it is, 9th hook. And Clown has played it completely fairly here. And is actually paying the price for it. A gen pops. Now the only one that remains is that gen that's unkickable. Right by Shack. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Could there be something else going on here? Could there be a way out of it for these survivors? There goes the gen. Oh my lord. And staring down the barrel right now is the Clown of a 9-hook loss. Has avoided the tunnel entirely and is being punished for it. There's 2 survivors over here. Rick Grimes, the only healthy party. So gotta go elsewhere. Here's the fear right now. Oh, as Clown just gets caught out there. The fear is that one more kill here, which seems maybe the most likely outcome in a gate situation like this. One more kill forces the dreaded replay. Dying state beneath the pallet. He just can't, he can't allow it to happen. He's got a slug. Slowness bottle does not connect. What? And that's outer bottles now? Gotta be a pre-drop. Bamboozle vault. Keeps Rick in Shack. Kicking the pallet here, reloading. Oh, speed bottle up ahead. That isn't a speed bottle. That isn't a speed bottle. Oh, Jesus Christ. They're both gonna leave. And if Claudette can find Hatch or get to gate, it's a loss. If Clown gets the hook, it is another replay. Lost sight of Claudette. Hatch in Shack. They're not going to find that. Now, where on earth have they gone? Where on earth have they gone? Surely the only thing they could do is crawl to this gate now. You can't use a key when you're in a dying state. Gonna go on a hunt. Gonna go on a search for them. Running the perimeter. Very nervy chase here for Clown. Moving back and forth here on a map-wide sweep. Surely no way they're all found in this corner. An aggravating end, and all of a sudden, the game moved away from Clown. Gotta go back to the gate. No sign of Claudette whatsoever. The Mercury agent surely not helping. And it looks like it is going to be, against all the odds and against the run of play, another 10 hook stage performance, forcing yet another replay. I would ideally like to keep this this entertaining stream moving at pace, so it would be great to find Claudette. Doesn't look like it's going to happen. Every chance that they're just on the periphery. Waiting for the end. Deary, deary, deary me. Why is this happening to me? Why is the worst case scenario happening at every turn? It's going to be a bleed out. It's going to be a 10 hook game. It's going to be a replay. Okay. Clown. In Mount Ormond Resort. The previous game looked very dominant, but he spread out the hooks and he gave away opportunities because of it. He won't be making the same mistake again as he sends out the wrong bottle. That's a mistake he will be making. Okay, gets to the pallet. Kicking immediately. Speed bottle connects, that's huge. And that one also connects. Good stuff from Clown with these bottles. And that will not deny them the pallet as they just run through. A mistake, no? A mistake, no. They do really well there. Got to reload. And they don't want any part of that. Pallet right there. They run through again. One time too many. There's a dying state. Jet moving by the sides of the building. Gonna get the kick. Get the aura reading as well. There is the unhook. And hits on hook, does Clown. Rookie errors that he's making here. Surely rattled by the misfortune of the previous game. However, gets the connection there. Looking for this to go through the window. It does. Great bottle from Clown into Bamboozle. Very, very good stuff there. Trying to swing through again. They're not going to make that mistake again. They just drop both pallets. Shutting the door firmly on the Clown. They will not drop that pallet this time. Oh, getting the speed bottle. And nice, the speed bottle, the longer lunge associated with the haste gets the job done. So, second hook here for Clown. But the situation, he should be managing much better there. Completely whiffed on the hit after the unhook. And suffered a longer chase than he had to because of it. Gen not moving all that much. Gonna simply take the chase here. As Kate off the hook, looking to take aggro. Presumably DS. And you know what? Why hook? Why hook in such a situation? You know you're going to be running into something that you don't want to be running into. What is the point? Clown's not playing their game anymore. He's playing his game. Looking for the speed. Gets it. Dying State here, waiting out dead hard. There it is. And can take this hook without any fear of decisive strike. And then maybe back down there in time to still get the pickup. Nope, they get the recovery. But that's okay. That's okay. They're still slow. The Clown still slowed the game down in this way. So that's Kate up ahead. There's other Kate looking to get the unhook here. Nope, runs past. And goes all. Oof. Clown just didn't know where he was there. Was looking to deny the window immediately. And no bottles here either. Which is a tough state of being for him. This person just will not burn the pallet. They do eventually. But bloodlust here as Kate runs in for another hit. These teams, by the way, that we've been seeing in the World Cup, pretty damn ruinous, and this is no exception. Gets back on Kate over here. Gem movement to the left. That pops. Looking for slowness bottle there. Connects with it. Another pallet. Well played. Drops it preemptively. Good call. And just losing sight of everyone. So turned around by everything that's going on here. That will be the grab into the blinds, which they connect with. Things are looking pretty bad for Clown. They go for a double up on the blind. Not able to get it. Head to Shack. They get the blind on the pallet kick. Going for it through the window. Right. Clown gotta vault. Gotta block the window off. Gets back on this chase. Can't become tilted is the thing that the Clown will be repeating in his ear. Obviously tough situations he's running into here. The team doing what they want, doing what they need to do, which is rackle and confuse and disorient. Can't let it get to him. Gotta stay in the game, gotta get the hook. So eventually gets the hook, but the damage has been done there. Big, big gem movement. Lots of time taken. Injured party upstairs. Gets a speed bottle out there. Reloads, going to drop down to the right. Try and make a play. And there it is. Play made. Well done. They force the M1 grab, and that will be the blinds. Really frustrating, because Clown most definitely was spamming space to get the conventional grab. It was somehow denied, and that played into their hands perfectly. As they will clearly drop the pallet there. Speed bottle out there. Clown should be able to make use of it. Moving in. As they get the pallet dropped earlier. And looking for the window, and well vacated by the other Kates. They'll be able to take the hit still. Speed bottle should deny the window. It's a hell of a fake. I mean, you're a little bit frustrated that the hit somehow still didn't connect. What can you do if you're Clown but laugh? What can you do? They do not dead hard on one of the closest whiffs of all time. You feel pretty confident you're not running into dead hard in that situation, and they still come back with dead hard. Clown has no recourse against such a chase and just has to move away. Things are looking grim. Things, however, are looking fantastic for the Houndmaster, who is on the verge of a walk-in to the semi-finals here, after it looks so despairing in Dead Sands for the Clown. That's Kate upstairs. Barely any injured parties anymore. Do they vault early? They do. Okay, good play from Clown. Getting the speed bottle not through the window. Just committing to the pallet here, getting the injury, finally. Needs to play with a bit more urgency, needs to play with a bit more aggression here, because this team can smell blood in the water. And why not? Reloading here. As Kate comes in for protection here. As other Kate comes in for protection here. Alright. Racking up protection hits. Could this be playing into the clown's hands? Are they now getting a bit too cocky with it? Quite possibly. Dying state there. Looking for a pickup. Looking to deny the torch save. And will. What a fight back this would be for the clown if he can make something happen. And there is the opportunity. There are 2 other injured parties here, including one Death Hook survivor who rushed roughly towards Killer Shack. Not going to be able to put any pressure on there. Does want to keep an eye on this gem, which has been a pressure point all game long. There it goes. There it goes. Just a devastating demolition job of a game so far. Still not over, but things are looking rough as they get the pallet there. Right, looking to now keep pressure on the hook. Has been forced far away from it. Presumably someone will be moving the gate. But against a team like this, you've got to imagine there will be an element of looking to get the 4E, looking to save all of their friends. They don't have a lot of time to do so. So, could this be a situation in which the clown benefits? Get the slowness bottle there. Injury there. It'll be a trade. A trade with this format works really well for clown. You could slug for a little bit, see if you can get something else going on here. That bottle hitting the top of the dome, pretty good. Doubling back. Slowness bottle there. They should not be able to get to the pallet again. Dead Hard. You know Dead Hard is in play. Alright. As there's a recovery, they're going to go for the full heal. They don't get the full heal, but they do, of course, get the recovery from the dying state injury there. Here's the thing, though. You probably should have gone for the hook, because there's only one more hook state that can be garnered from this Kate. You could go for this Kate, and that would mean that there is something to play for the team. There's Dead Hard. Waiting out Dead Hard. Okay, there it is. And going for the hook. Is there a Kate here waiting for the blind? They did specifically want to take the lying state here. There is not. There is not. There's other Kate. There's a recovery. Could be we're going to live forever situations. Take a hit to body block. Not going to be. There's the hook. As they go for the save. And they somehow get it. That is absolutely astonishing that the hit did not interrupt the save. Okay, well. There's the grab into the blind, of course. Well maneuvered by them. They've still got a fair distance to go if they want to get this gate. So Clown turning around. The issue here being, of course, a lack of bottles. No ability to stop them in their tracks. And I think they're going to get out. That is one of the most ruinous games of all time for Clown there. There's a Kate Denson out there with 3 hook statuses still to give. Are you able to find them? In all likelihood, the answer is no. Got to head to the other gate, and they've already left. Oh. 6 hook statuses for Clown. Houndmaster, Red Forest, Templar Purgation. 6 hooks to beat. With a score of 5 hooks or fewer, Clown is through. Houndmaster is eliminated. Snug, no. Oh. With a score of 7 hooks or more, Houndmaster is in the semi-finals. Clown's eliminated. A score of 6 hooks exactly. Let's not talk about that. Let's not talk about that for now. Because there was gem movement there. No survivors to be seen, nor anything with killer instinct. Scratch marks here, okay. So the chase is on. It is all shaking thunder as well. Big lunge opportunity here. They were wise to it. They were wise to it. Bring the pallet down. Chase continues. Snug out in front, looking for some speed to cut them off. But they don't go that way. They focus instead on the pallet over here. And again, why not? That'll be a drop here. No, they run through. Credit to them. Should still be an injury, right? Yeah, thank God for all shaking thunder again. Get Snug out there. And big opportunity here. Oh, the lunge just coming up short. Although Jake moving around the backhand side, which is surprising and means that the dying state is still very much on. And indeed, yep, there it is. So, looking for pain res. The gen does pop, unfortunately. Hoping to stop whatever the next one is. And this is the furthest along gem. Interesting. Although not the one that gets hit by pain res. Okay, so pain res activated. Then the next furthest along gen is displayed. Got you, got you, got you, got you. Sing out such. And uses that very well to get the hit. There on Felix. Let's go for the window. Look for the chase to connect. Snug doesn't find a way to get out there. Very disappointing. And not able to recontrol Snug. So some real issues with the Houndmaster and the Hound have been plaguing these games. That will still be a dying state, thankfully, for her. Looking for the hook, looking to not be denied by a pallet save. Okay. So, Jagged Compass. Ooh. As the furthest along gen changed midway through. Meaning there has to be, yeah, certainly some movement over here. Good stuff.
Good work.
As it looks like both survivors are fleeing the scene. This is near Carlson up ahead. And that's a chase that Houndmaster will take. Ooh, maybe looking for the window, but dropped down. Was that intentional? Possibly not. Big lunge of all shaking thunder. Very, very ambitious. As they don't panic. Credit to them. Needs the search out there. Looking for that speed. Gets a little bit of a speed boost. Gets the injury. Ooh, and they run into a wall. The confusing factor of Snug, I think, leading to a reasonably quick dying state then. And a dire state, if you will. Big gem movement here. They won't be able to commit before this pain res hook goes through. That'll be Houndmaster's third. And that is not where she wanted to send Snug. Oh, but it works out. There is someone behind the rocks here. That'll be Jake, who does get the pallet.
Fine.
And just sent Snug in entirely the wrong direction there. Ooh, but Jake caught in two minds. Stuck between the pallet and the wall. A Snug will not connect. Oh, just painfully close to the M1. It won't matter. There is the dying state. There's Dead Hard. She'll be very thankful that she didn't hit into that. And she gets her fourth hook. And with 4 gens still remaining, things are looking very, very good for Houndmaster.
Stop, you whine.
Sending out Snug. Oh, and they are able, unfortunately, to get the gen. However, you have Yuichi sticking around here. Yuichi is the only one who can still give a pain res hook. And they'll take an injury here before they get to the pallet up ahead. Shining a torch. Nice. Move it all the way around with Snug.
Good work.
They will
Extra
eventually
chum for you after.
enter the dying state, and that'll be the 5th hook for Skull Merchant. Skull Merchant is long gone, I'm afraid. Houndmaster. Sorry, I mixed up my noun-verb killers. Imagine that. Whose music is that? With the steel chair. It's Skull Merchant. As this could be a locker play. Oh. Scratch marks briefly there and then ends. What on earth? Alright. Getting the kick out there. Oh. And we've seen it time and time again in this tournament. The briefest smattering of scratch marks, and there they were. Okay. As Snug is back. Snug is almost back. Snug. There's Snug. Again, just a disorienting and confusing factor there. Will that be enough to close down the dying state here? It should be. It is. It is. And now we're in danger territory. This is the 6th hook for Houndmaster. Assuming she's able to get it. And she will be able to get it. So, Houndmaster cannot be eliminated this matchup. As it stands, it would be a tie. It would be another replay, and I would lose my mind. However, there's still plenty of game left. This is such an important chase right now. Look for the injury. Gets it unbelievably. They don't like it. Kicking the pallet. Oh, could it be? Could it be? Is there hope? Hope at last. They stood still. They've DC'd. They've DC'd. And just like that, Felix has single-handedly broken the stalemate. It is a victory for the Houndmaster. Houndmaster is through to the semi-finals. We'll take on Wraith in our first semi-final matchup. Clown is finally, mercifully eliminated. Ay, 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 ay. We did it. We got there. Really unfortunate for Clown. I mean, clearly the team's very different. The crack squad that Clown had to face versus this ramshackle alliance here. But Houndmaster won't mind that one bit. She fought hard, she fought valiantly, she took it to a replay. And she has secured the victory. Is there scratch marks going off in this direction? Just a little bit of practice now for Houndmaster. Gonna send out the chase a few times. See if that connects. And they just hold off on the pallet for too long, so it will be a dying state. Again, through the pallet, had a couple of maybe slightly lucky instances there with hits through the pallet.
Fine.
This is the first long jam, but they're playing very cautiously. Which is unfortunate when you are looking to wrap a game up. And they have certainly used stealth well so far this game. So no sign of anyone. Trying to send Snug down the periphery just in case. No intel there. We will play this one out. I've already done the thing where we got the required number of hook stages, so we just waited until the game was over. We'll play this one out. There's the bot. There's Felix. And there is a 2-survivor situation. Did they get back on this gen at any point? Is this now moving once more? It is. Oh, so there's someone around here. That's a crow. Okay.
Find me a rat.
One of those aggravating endgames. Neither survivor wants to take chase and be the one who's denied a hatch.
Fine.
Getting snug over there. There's also gem movement in this corner. No one to be seen. Maybe Snug will reveal all. No, okay.
Find me a rat.
And this gen moving, of course. This is one that Felix was on.
Come back.
they get back on this gen here? They do not.
Sick.
Sending Snug across this line. I mean, the moment Snug gets any killer instinct, it's game on. Oh, for God's sake. Hey, listen, credit to them. They're allowed to do that. It's an endgame 2-gen situation. Joe Watt just delighted. Delighted that Houndmaster was able to find them. It's a hatch game. It is a hatch game. Houndmaster's going to get there as quickly as possible. Shuts it. And then wait and see to which gate Yuichi goes. As soon as Houndmaster gets some no way out intel, she will follow up. That's assuming they do go for the gate. They will. Okay.
Fine.
And that is not where you want to send Snug. And if you can't find Yuichi because of that, you're going to be very irritated. So, Yuichi taps the gate. No scratch marks. Has to be nearby.
Fine, you're right.
GG. So, finishing with a flourish. The 12-hook 4K. And that means that Houndmaster is through. We'll be taking on Wraith in semi-final 1. We go now to Demogorgon versus Cenobite. Haddonfield. Talking of the 80s. Well, 70s broadly. It's Demogorgon in Haddonfield. Gonna get a portal out there early on. Is up against incredibly tough opposition in the form of Cenobite, who had a very dominant showing in the round of 16. So Demo needs to be at the top of his game, and that's a good start, good tread through the pallet. Big opportunity here. In the house, want to make sure you've got a clear path before committing to the shreds. And he connects with the M1, and that will be a nice early pain res for him. Big plays being made right there. And away he goes. Fantastic start, as there is some gem movement. There you go. The sparks fly. Get a portal down. Has no kick perks, does Demo, but still going to kick. Just while you are going to be chasing Meg by the gen. Unfortunate. Impressive to get the stun of the shred. That involves a lot of timing. They were up to the challenge there. Trying to hide in the corner. A disrespectful play, to be perfectly honest. Demo able to counter that effectively. So, looking for the second pain res hook. And will not find it. The pain res hook's in a bit of a nasty spot, but can get basement, which is a pretty good consolation prize. Down he goes. Right, portal there. Gonna teleport away. Right back to the gen that was a real pressure point. And continues to be so. There goes Sable. Faking that shred. They do drop, okay. Well worth keeping on the chase here again. Demogorgon going to be keeping the gen stalled in another way, not kicking them. Hoping for hooks, hoping for dying states in some key areas. So we'll get around looking for the pallet again. We'll make that happen. Good injury there. Kind of a no-brainer for demo. You shred, you either get the pallet quite quickly disposed of, or you get the injury. And he gets the injury. Because they're not sticking by the pallet. They might drop this one. They will. The shred, the quicker recovery, courtesy of the add-on. Forces Sable all the way back to that gem, which was a pressure point. Really good opportunity for Surge here. If Wraith can close this down with a basic attack. Might not be able to. Might have to go shred. Won't even get that. Ooh, they just get around the corner. That's a very tough situation now. Want to push them back towards the gem. They don't want to go that way, no doubt about it. And they're going to get to this pallet here. Will the shred connect? It's a good fake out. Honestly, you're kind of banking on Sable believing that they had the distance, and that not connecting is ruinous. Shred here, big mind game, doesn't work. Okay, Demo is really, really feeling the pressure now. Things are falling apart for him. It'll be a pallet burn, and that prolongs an already lengthy chase. He's got to move away. That's his gem progressing once more. But that is a spectacular chase from Sable that has left Demo reeling and puts him in a really nasty spot after a pretty decent opening. All things considered. Teleporting over here. No real movement to speak of there. Back on Sable. I mean, it's the only injured party, but considering how the previous chase went, maybe you're not relishing this prospect if you Demo. They will surely... Oh, they will drop. They will drop. Quicker recovery. On the pallet. Back in action. Looking for the M1. Won't get it. Saber gets to another pallet. Doesn't drop it because they don't need to. Oh, I'm getting caught on the climbing frame. Who is this Sable? Is what we're all asking. They're doing fantastic work. What options are there for Demo at this point? You need a hook. Your entire build is predicated on getting these hooks. Oh, and they were fooled. They were fooled by the fake out window. This dresser is the exact colour of the little bit of cloth that signifies a multiple window. Many of us have been got by that before, and indeed so is Sable. So that gives Demo a hook, but the damage has been done. It's one gen left. And 3 hooks against Cenobite. Good bloody luck. There's a fog vial. Which Maria uses to run to the periphery. Finds another pallet here. And uses that to get to another pallet over here. They won't burn that immediately. Looking for the M1 here, and won't get it. Just gives away the intel. Be a shred. Look for a shred here. Oh, when there's zigzags in the open field. Demo not finding a way to connect. And they'll get the stun. Things are going from bad to worse for Demogorgon. Cenobite licking his lips at the notion of a walk-in to the semi-finals as it stands. Still plenty of games to be played. Trying to strafe to the left there to get the hit. There is the injury. Fog vial. And it's the end of the chase, as it so often is when the fog vial comes out. It'll be a hook. Will it be the 4th no way out stack before they tap the gen? By which, I mean, of course, the gate. Okay, 4 no way out stacks. Well, hold on just a second. Because maybe Demogorgon is still in with a chance if he can close down the chase quickly with Sable, which is just a massive if, considering how the previous chases went. Probably not going to burn the pallet there. Gets the M1. Oh, maybe Sable is human after all. Big opportunity here for Demo. Fake out to the right. When he doesn't want them to dodge, they do. When he does, they don't. That's just how these games can go sometimes. There is still a bit of time left on No Way Out. Maria is not going to be able to beat a hasty retreat. As the jets fly overhead, surely not in celebration of Demo's efforts here, more of a commiseration flyover. As it stands. Dead hard, there it is. At least he has the wherewithal that other killers have lacked to wait out dead hard, and should be able to get basement here. And who knows, if this is a team who are together, maybe they want the 4E, maybe they want to save their friends, maybe there could still be something to be garnered from basements. So we're putting the portal just around the corner here. Enough portal over there. Wants to go across the map, put the pressure on, maybe encourage them. Encourage them to move in for the save. But as it stands, 5 hooks is incredibly unlikely to be enough. But there's Sable. See, unconfident is Demo right now. Doesn't go for the shred, where he otherwise would have. That not connecting. Ruinous. At least you get dead hard out there. Sable expected that one to connect. And on the 3rd time of asking, he swings true. And gets the hook. As the gate is 99'd, they're going to try and open it. No, they 99 it and move away. And the scratch marks end. Where have they gone? That's a fantastic question. Okay, Demo kind of needs to just stay by the hook at this point. To do anything else is to give away another hook stage. There's Maria. Oh, and they're upstairs. Okay, great discovery from Demo. Injury there. Might need a shred here. Gets it. And... oh, that's huge. Every hook status counts in a situation like this. That could be absolutely massive. Sable try and take a hit. They're going to go for the Sabo and they get it. Is he going to get this hook? He's going to try for the slug. And he gets the slug. That's dead hard, of course, from them. You're kidding! You're kidding! And he can't Mori because Maria's still in play. Where's Maria gone? Is Maria around here? No! And you can't pick up. Oh. Dearie, dearie me. The game is finding new ways to punish these killers for the act of playing the game, and it'll be a 4E, it'll be 6 hooks, and it really feels like that's not enough against Cenobite. Cenobite in the Stromo. 6 hook total from Demogorgon. Historically, against Cenobite, that is not enough. This is a strong, strong customer. But again, we've been seeing a different state of play in these quarterfinals. The survivors have showed up, and the killers have been struggling. Cenobite's been so dominant. A real force to be reckoned with. Can he do it here? We'll see. So there's big gem movement here. Pivoting away. Nick Carlson getting the gateway out there. And not going to be able to connect. Can't let that get you down. Had a lot of gateways in the previous game. A lot of connections. Okay. Misfortune striking Cenobite. As Michaela gets on the box. Gonna pivot away. Can you be disruptive? Can you deny the box solve? So is Gem moving upstairs here? The closer to the middle of the map Cenobite can be, the more likelihood that you can disrupt the box. And obviously disrupting the box. Very, very important. As there it is. Oh. Just perfectly behind the boulder there. The chain doesn't connect. Now, bear in mind, there is some kind of knowledge that Cenobite has here. Michaela has bought the Salty Lips offering. Broadly speaking, you're only going to bring that if you want to go next on hook. Is that what's going to happen here? There's pain res. First pain res before a single gem pops is pretty damn good. All eyes on Michaela. Okay, they're staying on the hook for now. See how long that remains the case. Injured party on the ship gen. Gem pops to the left. Turning on the dime to evade the gateway. And again, we're seeing it time and time again. These survivors are on a different level to that which we've seen really up until this point. Gateway finally connects. And that will be the dying state there. Let's turn that into another pain res hook. Whoa, risky to go into that pallet. That will be a pain res hook. Just as that becomes unblocked with deadlock. So, lots to like in that situation. This pallet has been so rubbish, so really looking to get rid of it and able to do so. Gateway up ahead. Nice gateway, there we go. What were we saying? Can't become too tilted by the gateways missing because he's historically been so good with it. Pallet on the left here. They drop it immediately. And that will be a dying state. Oh, this is the Cenobite of yore. This is the Cenobite to whom we've become accustomed. This is a great start for him. Pain res by the quasi-killer shack over there. Pain res connecting once again on this gem, which is now nicely regressed. Very good stuff. There are now 3 instances of Plaything as well, so the Cenobite could start to take advantage of some of these oblivious survivors as the chains are out there. Absolutely massive, great injury there. Looking for another chain to connect, it won't quite. Gateway up ahead, possibly. It's a great dodge, it was never going to connect anyway, sent it into the table. They know, they're aware. Cenobite not going to let that get to him. I say, don't burn the pallet, very impressive. Very good stuff there, okay. As the chain connects, but is removed. They're not going to burn on that occasion. Good connection there. And that's all she wrote for that. So, 3 pain res tokens gone. They're going to go for the pallet save. No chance of that. Are they giving up? Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Oh dear, it's the Cenobite effect. Once again, the survivors can't handle it. Oh, good dodge. Looked like they were giving up. They are giving up. Nia Carlson doesn't have what it takes, isn't good enough at the game, and will be leaving. 6 hook total. 1 more hook state, and Cenobite is through to the semis. And not going to connect with that. Ooh, could be dead hard here. Dead hard before burning the pallet. There it is. So this will be, barring DS, a Cenobite semi-final. Oh, it is DS! So often if you're running DS, you'll save dead hard for after the fact. But they do not. They're using it, they're burning it. Looking for the gateway. That won't quite work. Okay, well, gotta head elsewhere. And we are at the danger zone. This is the 6 hook total. If Cenobite does nothing else all game long, it will be a replay. So needs another hook here. The job is not done. As the gateway connects, the dying state from Michaela. Unless there's a torch save, Cenobite's through. There goes a totem. And we've got a victory, we've got a result. Cenobite books his place in the semi-finals. There are no replays, there is no draw. Well done. Well done to Cenobite. A job well done.
The box. You
As he teleports the injured party.
I came.
And no dead hard, because it was DS last time. So just like that, it's a 2 survivor situation. And this is Cenobite through and through. There's been a lot of nonsense, a lot of substandard killer gameplay so far in the quarterfinals. Nothing of the sort from Cenobite, getting back to business. Great stuff from him as gem pops over here. And as soon as you can see an injured party, it's 2 survivor protocol. You see a chase, you take a chase. However, oh, they were looking to be stealthy. They do not get away. This could be dead hard as well. surely we used it by now, right? Looking to wrap this one up nice and quickly. There goes the totem over there. Some valuable intel as to their location. Out in the open. Can you see where they've gone? Not quite. Not quite, unfortunately. They are healed up as well. Well, hatch will spawn by this area over here. If you run yourself a shack hatch offering, it spawns, in fact, right here, I believe. Never mind. Clearly very confused. Oh, there they are. Looking to get the gateway out there. Oh, there it is. Okay, so it needn't necessarily be out the front. Well, it is what it is. Who cares? Certainly not the Cenobite. Cenobite gets 10 hook stages, will be the first killer in the second quarter-final. With no delay whatsoever, we go now to Huntress versus Xenomorph. Templar Purgation, Red Forest. This is not home field advantage for the Huntress. Huntress's home field is a Red Forest variant, but this is the Plague variant of the map. And it's not a great map for Huntress. Going to struggle to get some long shots out there. Needs to go about her business in the way that she really has so far this tournament. Countered pallets well. Played tiles well. Used the hatchet sparingly, but well. There'll be a drop here. There will be. And that is not how you want to start. Big opportunity for an injury, doesn't take it. And even those plays, the effect of those misses in the early game can be magnified if the survivors efficiently play the gems. There's an injury. Ooh, big opportunity here. Massive opportunity in a dying state, and someone over there looking for a pallet stun, but they won't be able to make it. So, pain res in effect. As there's V heading off over yonder. Drops down. Not a bad chase for the Huntress here. They're kind of hemmed in a little bit. Still 5 hatchets in possession as well, so don't need to reload mid-chase. Oh, that was a shame. That will connect, however. Going for another one. Good stuff. Patiently waiting for the dodge and the move back. And sends the hatchet to where it originally was going to go. Is there going to be some body blocking here? They're going to go for a blind. Gets the hook. Still injured is V. And there's a dying state. Okay, good stuff. There's the unhook. Oh, expected a dodge to the left, so sent the hatchet there. As there's a DC, but the more than a DBD move has been played, so the game continues. Good start. Injury there. Oh, for Vittorio. As that is live, presumably. Just kept on going. Misses with the hatchet. Big opportunity for 2 dying states at the same time here. Oh, but no pallet. And dying state there. Okay, so gem pops. As they're looking for recovery, not able to make it happen. No, they are able to make it happen, sorry. I just need to hook someone at some point, and it's going to go back and take the hook. Opportunity for pain res as well from Vittorio. The other person simply a bot, so not too concerned there. As Vittorio crawls off to the left. Cheers, bots. Paymers. More gem regression out there. The bot, a real key target here if you're looking to get this down to a 3 survivor situation, as Huntress surely is. However, once again, we've seen it time and time again, and we see it there. The scratch marks end without a sniff of the survivor. Oh! Injury on the bot. They didn't go to the pallet. Very quick dying state there. Victoria coming back, looking for a torch save. Won't make that happen, and it will be another hook. The second for the bot. Victoria now on the double window. Oh, turning on a dime. Good move from Vittorio to elicit the whiff. No pallet here. There should be a pallet here. Not going to burn that. That's a dying state. Okay. Injury there. Oh, and they're not able to get the pallet stun and save Vittorio. And they take an injury. Presumably we'll have time for the unhook over there. They make that happen. As Vittorio DCs isn't happy with what's going on here, and can't really blame them. But that is not the Huntress's lookout. Good start this. There's the bot. And it could be the beginning of the end. Looking at a 3 survivor situation. Meg looking to take a hit, won't be able to. Trying to send out a hatchet to punish the pallet throw. Doesn't quite connect. And with 1 hatchet left, you might be forced to just kick the pallet here. M1. Injury connects. Meg in a spot of bother as she tries to head to Shack. Shanning both pallets there. Gotta reload. Gotta reload. Get those hatchets back and apply some pressure here. Let's take a window. And immediate volt punished on the way back. So, could be an opportunity for another Painrose hook. It's looking very good for the Huntress. Now you might be thinking about gen differential and trying to keep 3 gens on the boards to make the job as difficult as possible for Xenomorph. But there goes one of the gens. Maybe you're thinking that the bot is more likely to be gen committed in a situation like this. So, do you see Vittorio? Never mind, no, it is V. It is V who is moving the gen. Gets the stun, gets the blind. Takes the M1. Brewing up, going for a quick shot. Oh, it was unbelievably close for Huntress. As was that. Just sending them too lightly and giving V plenty of time to dodge there. Oh, as they come back, faking out the throw. Could be dead hard. Okay. Gets the injury and gets the pallet. Best of both worlds. Things are looking very grim indeed for the Xenomorph. There's 3 survivors left. One of them's a bot. It can feel hard to come back from such a situation for the survivor team. Hatchet connects through the window. The bot goes to the corner rather than taking on Shack. Just bot things. They gave him that comp corner programming, and Vittorio making full use of it there. And, boil over, a little bit annoying there. Doesn't fall down, so should not be losing Vittorio to the wiggle progress. And all of a sudden, it's a 2-survivor situation. Is there some element of the bot programming? You know, this character has boil over, try and make the hook as difficult as possible. I think we're giving them maybe a bit too much credit for their programming of the bots, but who knows? Who knows? So there's Jen moving up there. And the hatchet finding simply the bushes. B going for a speculative blind. Injury there. Dying state there. Thank you for doing business. And then there was one, Meg, and this is a very important hatch denial situation. Getting around the other side of Shack here. And if and when you deny hatch, 4 stacks of no way out. Sitting pretty. And if you can deny Meg the gate now, which again you should be able to, then it will be a 4K with 2 gens remaining. It is an unbelievably strong game from the Huntress. Exactly what she needed. Just waiting for the gates to be tapped. There it is. There's Meg. And they are going to make a run. Oh, well played. Really anticipating the vault there. But it doesn't happen. Should be an M1. No, they get the pallet. Do they drop it? They do not. Fair play to Meg, who is under no obligation to just sit back and let the game finish. You know, they're looping. Oof. And makes the Huntress miss. Every little thing being fought for here. But that will be all she wrote. GG. So, as we were saying, it's the 4K 12 hook stages with 2 gens remaining in the end game. We've seen that before for Wraith, and that was enough to send them through to the semi-finals. Will it be enough for the Huntress? We'll see. Over to Xenomorph. Toba landing for Xenomorph. Down they go. Looking for footsteps and find some heading this way. Okay. As they try and get the flame turret out there, they won't be able to. There's another flame turret out there. Ugh. Going for a bit of a trick shot up the stairs. Denied. Pallet burn. Had an opportunity for a really quick start here. Has been denied that. They're not going to burn that pallet. Have a pallet to the left, which they are going to go for. Ooh. Trying to get around Xenomorph there. Not quite able to, and it should be an opening hook for Xenomorph. Nice. Going for the blind. Not going to make it happen. Flicking. Once, twice, 3 times. Gem moving to the left. That's where Xenomorph's going to go. Getting flame turret. Getting the kick. For pop goes a weasel. Ace tries to flee the scene. There will be an injury here at the very least. There's the M1. Going for the window. Is it live for Ace? It doesn't look like it. Hit on Sable, denying the flame turret, and then pivoting. They won't be thanking Ace for that bit of pathing. Ooh, tried to preemptively deny the pallet, but Sybil had other ideas. They're going to run right through. Big opportunity here for Xenomorph. Big opportunity. Oh, well played. This should be an M1. It will be. Is there going to be a pallet save here for anyone? Not quite. Okay. So, second hook. No gens popping. Xenomorph has another opportunity here to keep the gen stalled. And this is where Ace Visconti is. Who does have a flame turret in shack. That won't be too bothersome for Xenomorph. In fact, Ace takes Xenomorph right away from it. Big opportunity here. Good stuff. Keeping Ace in front of him. Now be a dying state. Xenomorph's third. Before a single gen has popped. Very, very good stuff. Right, back in amongst it. Looking to go right back to where that first hook was with Sybil. All the way over to this gen, which is a pressure point. Emerging. And another huge opportunity as the flame turret will not deny the tail attack, as Sybil was maybe hoping. As that connects, it will then allow the flame turret to do its thing, but the injury, nonetheless, important for Xenomorph. Another flame turret over there. As there's a DC from who? From Nancy! Okay, well that will have no bearing on the game, as this is the most likely dead hard situation of all time. There it is. That's a dying state. And there is your team. Okay. Well, the Xenomorph might be about to make something happen here. Needed pretty much damn near a perfect game, and they might be getting it. There's the unhook and the heal. As the bot runs interference for Ace. Look at that. That's fun. Good stuff from them. And there's a tail attack. Very good stuff. Things are looking about as good as they possibly could for the Xenomorph here. Again, remember, needs to get the 4K before 4 generators pop. It's very specific and very tough game state is required. They're doing everything that they need to. Okay, getting back in amongst it. You really are looking for a way to make this a 3 survivor situation, and going after Ace is obviously a pretty good way of making that happen. No, actually. Ace only on 1 hook state. Is that Sybil taking a shot to the bird and hook? Perhaps? Good dodge from Nia Carlson. Not sure what's gone on there. Something. Oh, as the flame turret denies the tail attack, and the tail attack doesn't connect anyway. Needing to go down to the tunnels again. It's been such a good game so far, but this is an unfortunate passage of play for Xenomorph. It says footsteps, okay. Back up on the gen. It says the bot. Oh, big opportunity here. Slugging, briefly. And that won't connect either. Nia Carlson seems to have the alien's number on this one. And there goes another gen. Oh, as the injury doesn't connect on Ace. Nor does that. Things are falling apart for the alien right now. Needs to get rid of the flame turret. Dropping the pallet. There's Sybil for some reason. For some reason, there's Sybil. There's Dead Hard. Really should not have given them the opportunity to get the Dead Hard off. Should have gone for the M1. We can wait it out a bit more effectively. Or less effectively, as the case may be. Back on the bot. As we said, the team really giving their all to protect this bot. And fair play to them, because it is disrupting the alien here. Oh, and the rattling and the tilting is real. Sending tail attacks this way and that without any bit of range to connect. Finally does so. There shouldn't be any angle for the torch save here. Pulling putting a stop to that flame turret. And here's the thing. If they are... Sybil tries to get another flame turret out there. Not able to do so. He is able to do so. But them getting the flame turret out could be a Pyrrhic victory for Sybil if it loses them the hook state and therefore their participation in this game. Do they panic? They do! Oh, a tail attack might have done it. On a knife edge is this game right now. Xenomorph cannot afford 2 more gens to pop. If they can somehow steal away the 4K before a single further gen pops, then they're through to the semis. It is such a tall order, though. Flame turrets abound here. At the very least, the team might be playing a little bit into Alien's hands. Putting flame turrets down, trying to save the bot. All of this is time spent not on the gens. That will be a 3-survivor situation. Needs to get back on this gen. If this gen pops, Xenomorph cannot get through. How many flame turrets are there in this map? Goodness gracious me. Getting the kick. Huge play. There with Pop Goes the Weasel. Listening out for gen movement here. There is no gen movement. There are footsteps. Who could this be? Who could this be? Just lost sight of them. Concerning. Concerning stuff. Still some regression. As Ace is upstairs. Ace is memeing! Ace is memeing! Oh my lord, we've not seen memeing for such a while. I almost forgot what it looked like. We've seen so little memeing over this tournament. Just these kind of SWAT teams out to ruin the killer's day. A little bit of memeing. Xenomorph will absolutely take advantage of that. And all of a sudden, is there some hope? Still some good gen regression there. Gonna check on Shack gen. No movement, and into the tunnel goes Xenomorph. Listing out for gen progress over here. There is none. The distant gen over here, there was some footsteps moving in this direction. The fear, of course, being now Xenomorph has got themselves in a pretty decent spot. You don't want to give away the chance at the semi-finals. Merely a replay would not feel anything like the recompense that they're owed after what's been an extraordinarily good game. Someone down there, but no idea where they've gone. Bit of movement there, not too much. And it's a 2-survivor situation. As it stands, it's a winning situation for the Xenomorph. As there's footsteps. But who do they belong to? Oh, is it? Got fooled by the scratch marks despite knowing very well where the survivor was going. As they pivot left. It's Nancy, it's the bot. Big opportunity here. Just gets the injury. Bot runs right back into Xenomorph. Intel off to the left. Getting the hook on Nancy. Then having to go immediately to kill a Shack. The win could be on here, and it would be a most unlikely win for the Xenomorph. Needs to head to Shack. Shut the hatch. And hoping that a gen doesn't pop in the meantime. Oh my... What happened? What happened? Nia Coulson was right there. And Xenomorph got the hatch shut. But the timing was such that Xenomorph was pushed away. You cannot cut it much finer than that. Xenomorph with 3 gens remaining, takes the most unlikely win against the Huntress and will be our final semi-finalist. Wow, what an ending. So with 12 hook states, with 3 gens remaining, Xenomorph will be facing the Cenobite in the semi-finals. Wraith, Houndmaster, Cenobite, or Xenomorph. They're going against one another in semi-finals here. A massive semi-final matchup for Wraith in RPD. Battling through adversity, going through a lengthy replay system in the quarterfinal. Like every other killer, he has earned his place here and looking for a nice quick start. Look for a nice quick injury against Vittorio. Gets it. Vittorio taking an odd lie, just waiting, stopping and staring at the Wraith. You really can't give the Wraith any freebies here. And Vittorio may have done just that. Faking out the cloak. Can it get the M1? Yes! Good mind game from the Wraith there. Faking out the bell. Hoping that Vittorio didn't drop the pallet, and it worked out well. The only issue being... is Wraith can be able to get to the pain res hook. If that's breakout, probably not. Hit take there. They're going to go for the Sabo again. Okay. Damn shame. A damn shame. Tough situation. The pain res spawns hurt a lot for Wraith, and that is the kind of thing that you really cannot allow in a semi-final matchup. So, has to be said, advantage Houndmaster right now. Should be a drop there. Your instinct is not to vault, and that's exactly what Wraith is banking on. Same situation. Is Wraith going to be denied again? Certainly he's going to try and pick up and maybe go for the hook ahead over here. And if Kate comes in again for the Sabo, well, at the very least, it means that there's no gem progress from her. It'll be a hook. The Sabo went on again on that gen. Says Kate, there's Ace, and they do get that gen. And another one pops. Oof. A tough noise to hear if you're a Wraith or a fan of the Wraith. Bounce landing, okay. No one going in for the unhook, not just yet. There's Michaela. Looking for the injury here. Gets it. The unhook behind. Trying to body block the pallet. Does well to do so. Good stuff from Wraith. Exactly what he needed to be doing. There will be another hook. Again, unless Kate is around. RPD, a very saboable map. Thankfully, they're nowhere to be seen. But, unfortunately, once again, denied pain res here. Not able to use that maybe most important perk of his arsenal. Just the luck of the draw sometimes with some of these teams. So there is gem movement out here. And there is Vittorio. There will be an injury. Going for a moonwalk makes it happen. Dead hard, there it is. Nice and early. Is Kate here still for the pallet save? No. As Ace is going to try and take hits, won't be able to. And finally, pain res is out there. For Wraith, so finally able to get a little bit of gem regression out there. As Ace runs right through the pallet, through the bathroom. Beats a hasty retreat. Has another pallet here, which they do not burn. Very impressive from Ace. Okay, again, the instinct is always to fake out the vault. But fair enough. Sometimes more difficult to actually take the vault there. There's the unhook. Oh, Victoria right there. And Kate will, of course, take a hit. No surprises on that one. Would have been so good for the Wraith to make this a 3-star game, but the team not giving that up. There's a dying state, and it will be another pain res hook. Maybe momentum. Swinging back towards Wraith here. Certainly possible, certainly possible. as there is movement right there. It says ace. And they knew all about what Wraith was trying to make happen. Might still be able to get the injury here. Yep. Then cloaking to get right back on them. Trying to get ahead of them here. And no way that Ace makes this happen. Could be dead hard. Okay, off the hook, presumably will want to be healed before making any kind of Sabo plays. This one feels like a safe hook. Would have been nice to have got pain res out there. Here's the thing, however. Kate on a pain res hook, but did not consume a pain res token. No gen movement out there at all. That's great news for the Wraith if that is the case. If our reading of the game state is accurate. Back on Kate. Volt's right there. Oh, faking out the Volt, but Vittorio takes a hit. The person who really shouldn't be taking a hit there. And Wraith will take that opportunity, take that chase every day of the week. If you can body block Vittorio from any kind of situation here, you're loving life if you're Wraith. And this is not a good pallet. This one, not a lot better. The drop. Oh, it's a hell of a dead half from Vittorio. It's a hell of a dead half from Vittorio. Wraith not giving up the ghost on this one. Runs around. Doubling back. Ace in play here, looking to take a hit. Will do. And yeah. Wraith gonna take the pick up. And it's DS. Ooh! But Michaela was there. Wanting the pallet save. Didn't need to happen. So at least there's something coming out of it. But, yep, an aggressive use of DS there does the trick for the team. But again, gen movement can't be too significant right now. That will be a dying state. Barring dead hards, which does need to be waited out here. There it is. Could this be pain res? Certainly could be. Prize of lock-in Wraith in the chat. I don't know what more you expect him to do. He's doing everything he can. The team are just putting forward some very good plays. For what it's worth, I think he's done a great job so far. However, one gen situation RPD. Oh, but what a treasure trove here. Oh, they all get healed up. They can't all get the window. Never mind, they can both get the window there. K-Double's back. Over here, you've got Vittorio. Faking out the cloak, trying to get the M1 out there. And the issue being there are no weak links here. That was a noble attempt at the fake out, but won't do too much here. Does lead to the injury. Trying to block the pallet here is Wraith. And this will obviously give them enough distance to get the pallet. They're going to go around again. Which is bold, but it works out for them. And Wraith really needs a 3 survivor situation, but Vittorio's not going down without a fight. Cloaking and uncloaking. It won't do it. It won't make it happen. Vittorio gets the pallet. Pivots around. Gets the Volt. And it really is what Wraith needed to do. But he's not finding ways to close it down. And this is looking bad. Especially against Houndmaster, who is on the up and up. She'll be very, very excited about the prospect of a 6-hook game. And a 6-hook game is looking like it. That's what it might end up being. As Ace takes a hit. And honestly, at this point, that may well be the better choice for Wraith to try and garner as many hook statuses here as possible. Although it is another death hook survivor. And now, they've not really burnt too many pallets in these chases up to this point, so plenty to use. Things are looking beyond grim. Things are looking dire. As Kate gets the window. Well-coordinated protection hits too. However, maybe a mistake there. I'll get to a pallet. And they'll drop that. No way out. Still in effect. But not for too much longer. Is there someone waiting on the gate over here? It does not look like it. Oh, there's Ace. A rare mistake from the survivor, but still with enough distance. Here, and then in comes Kate for protection. Here, there it is. And you might pivot. You might pivot. Like we've been saying. In the end game, with it being a most hooks win tournament, if you can find someone who has more hook stages to give, that could be a good play. As the gate is 99'd, it could be all over. Oh, hang on. Gate's open. They're not able to take a hit. Okay. There is still a chance here. It all depends on... That's the movement over there. Okay, this could be big for Wraith. This could be very big for Wraith. If they're emerging up here, this works well. Nope. And that might be the end of it. Taylor takes a hit. Kate not healed up. And still finds himself just a little bit far away from the gate. But that will not remain the case, as they're both here for the protection hits. Wraith has been just outnumbered, outmaneuvered, and outclassed here. Nothing given up at all. And it has been an unbelievably rough game. And 6 hook statuses in a semi-final. Is it enough? I really do doubt it. GG!
These lice-infested rats aren't
The Shattered Square Decimated Borgo. You're happy to dodge Ruin, the Forgotten Ruins here if you're Houndmaster.
fire.
Send Snug to main. But then moving away from Snug, which has been something of a early game routine for the Houndmaster. Trying to maximize early game intel. And there is someone upstairs, and there is someone right here. And this is V. It's Haddie up in main also. There's your injury. Singing out a chase. Doesn't quite connect. And that will! A fantastic play from Houndmaster and from Snug. Ooh! As Jonah comes in trying to be helpful and does stun Snug, but in the end simply burns a pallet for no reason. That could be a nice early pain res hook for Houndmaster here. What a start. Much quicker start than Wraith had, of course, with the Sabo. Wanting to send Snug to main building will be able to. There is a boon in play. So how much Houndmaster's too concerned about such things? Says Jonah. Fleeing the scene. And Houndmaster is going to let Painres do the work in main building. Going to take this chase and try and get an early 2-hook situation, which could be so valuable for her. And there it is. No Painres hooks here, but a very, very, very strong start from her. Things already looking concerning, very concerning, beyond concerning even, for Wraith. And then over to main. Can she get over here before this gem pops? She certainly can. She's stuck. Stuck in the fences there. With some killer instinct. In fact, there they are. Can you get a kick out there? And try and take the chase. Losing sight of them entirely. They drop down again. They're back on the gen. Okay. Very confusing situation there. As there now is Haddie. They have stopped this regressing, unfortunately. So Houndmaster going to kick again. And then try and give chase. As Haddie simply does not want to give up on this gen. Could be head on. It is to try and bait it out, but slightly strange hitbox on the stun. means there was no joy in doing so. Nice! Okay, so Snug over the pallet. Gets the injury. The only concerning thing is the pain res spawns are a little bit too far away. Yeah, theoretically, maybe you could move over to that one.
Stop, you
Not going to be able to... So there's a kick. Just testing out the waters with Killer Instinct, just in case there's someone hanging around, and the easy way of checking is with Snug. With the search, there is not anyone there. Both gens regressing. Feeling pretty good about that. 3 hook statuses, halfway there. And still with 5 gens left. And there's V.
Fine.
That'd be an injury. Moving right back to the hook. As there goes Jen. Okay, the entire team's up ahead. It would be great to have Snug. And there is Snug. Is that hard after all that? No. No. So it will be the 4th hook. Assuming no Sabo or anything of the kind. And at the very least, Jagged Compass means that there is now a pain res opportunity there for future hooks. Jagged Compass also reveals the gem right here, the furthest one along. As Jonah does not go for the vault. Should be an injury here. It will be close. No, it won't be actually. Had enough distance.
Fine.
Getting right back to the hook, because a trade here would be very, very good for Houndmaster. But the team holding off, which is very wise. You don't want to unhook too quickly and play into what the Houndmaster's trying to do. As they drop down to the left. There's the injury on Rebecca. Falls the pallet, got to kick that. A shame that she wasn't able to kick the pallet earlier. Drops down, finds the vault there. Shouldn't be enough. All Shaking Thunder, so important for those situations. So that will be the 5th hook. Is there a chance that she can turn that into a pain res hook and get a very important pain res stack out there? Very, very possible. Again, Jagged Compass, that synergy working so well for her. So, pain res over here.
Fine.
Send out Snug to get there as quickly as possible. See who fled the scene. 5 hook statuses, 1 more hook, and Houndmaster is guaranteed at least a replay, but she'll be having eyes on the grand final here. Injury. Oh, and they just hold up. And the tea bags. What for? Who can say? That'll be the 6th hook. And now she has 3 gens and a 4 no way out stack gates worth of gameplay in which to find 1 more hook state. If she can, she is through to the grand final. Head on will not concern her one bit. Just needs an opportunity to take a chase here. And she'll be able to get the injury here. Yep. Looking for the chase to connect. Putting it ahead of Hattie. Sending it again. This could be it. The grand final for Houndmaster. Her first tournament.
Extra bones for you.
And it's looking like she's going to make it all the way. GG. Houndmaster surpasses Wraith. Makes it through to the grand final. She will face either Cenobite or Xenomorph. Well played. Well played. There's more Killer Instinct over here.
Fine.
Sending some through main. Just getting the speed boost there, trying to. Whew, what a game from her. Obviously, hard luck for the Wraith. That's part and parcel of the tournament. It's all about what teams you get, and clearly Wraith went against some stiff opposition. Not to take anything away from Houndmaster, who's got it done against, you know, a strong survivor team herself. As Rebecca doesn't vote. Looking for snark here. Doesn't matter, doesn't matter. There's a dying state. Another head on. There you go. Unfortunate, but predictable. And then just loses. Has he entirely? Okay, well they're getting some stuns in, and good for them.
Find me a ring.
Houndmaster won't mind that one bit. That's the Holt. There's an injury.
Find.
Stuck to the left, kind of zones him a little bit. And they'll be running around, and this could be it. No, they're going to get the pallet. Oh, no, they're going to fake out the pallet. A surprise. And then there were two.
Now.
And there they are, it's Rebecca.
That's it.
Good injury there.
Now.
The snark connects with the chase. And that brings to an end that little chase there and the game. And then just the hatch. And then over to semi-final number 2. Didn't even use all the payment stacks, didn't need to use them. Absolutely. Good prediction. Houndmaster's running the hatch offering, of course. There goes the gate. There should be Jonah. And Jonah DCs. Fair enough. And the bot refuses to burn Shack pallet. That's it. Keep it up for your friends. And that's GG. Alright, so Houndmaster through to the grand final on the back of a very strong 4K there. So, over to Cenobite versus Xenomorph. We are close to the end. Cenobite on Badham. Tough map for him. Maybe an early win already for the Xenomorph, but you cannot rule Cenobite out in any map, in any realm. He gets it done. Put himself in the building, though, which isn't great. We'll have to kick this door immediately. That's a good gateway. 0.2 mines there between Maria and Ada. Makes a decision, goes after Ada. Gets an injury immediately as they're going to go into the school. Big opportunity for a gateway there. Connects. As the box is being moved. And that's a good start for Cenobite. That's a very good start. Now, big decision here. And it will depend a lot on whether there is a makeable pain res hook. There is not. Okay, so it's going to be a basement hook for Cenobite, and that's very good. Very fortunate to have this basement. If you're going to have Baden, at the very least, you're hoping to have basement here. It really does. Right, so a very decent start for Cenobite. No gem movement downstairs. Big gem movement in Shack. Okay. Was expecting Maria to go for the window. They don't, and it was a good call from them. That's exactly where Cenobite put the gateway. Loses his first gem. Tough pathing going on here around Shack. Good gateway. Put it right on them. Gave them very little opportunity to dodge. And they do go window. Did they? That was a fake out. That was an unbelievable fake of the window. And they do eventually go. Look for all the wildlife they'd committed earlier. Should still be a dying state here. It will be. Now, is there a pain res hook available to him here? You would imagine so, and there should be. Out the back of house. Out the back of the house. Oh, is that a Sabo? It is. It's another Sabo. Another really tough situation. You sensed it could be in play. At the very least, this could lead to a two dying state situation. That could be good. Gateway connects. Oh, and they just overshoot the truck. Ooh, and they give away a dying state, and they almost were able to deny. Now, going back to the slug over here, because if they're still right beneath the hook still could be on. They go for the recovery. Take an injury there. Maria's still in play here. Gateway right on them. Oh, well played by Maria. This Maria was no slouch. That is such a fortunate chain, though, hitting through the window. Still drop. Cenobite down the stairs, following. That won't quite be what he was looking for. Just gonna teleport.
You opened it. I came.
No chance to actually disrupt them, but there is another injured party here. It's Ada. And that gateway wasn't where we wanted it, so things are looking a bit dire. Whoa. As Neo was all the way back here. Very surprising. Gateway. Okay, really felt like that should have connected. Just overshot it a little bit there. Good connection. Should be a dying state. No chance for dead hard. And there goes a totem, so Pentimento could be on the horizon here.
Suffering.
And finally, able to get one of those pain res tokens out there.
I'll tear your soul apart.
Get some gem regression in this game. Stop that moving. Is there someone down here right now? It's tough to say. It doesn't seem so. There goes another totem. Right, really needs those Pentimento stacks to slow this game down. Also probably will be having the notion of getting a survivor out of there. Making it that 3 survivor situation. there goes a gen. The concerning thing being there are 2 gens moving at pace, one downstairs and one right there. This should be... What? Oh, it is Ninja Party. It's we're all the way over there. Oof. This is looking like an unjustly poor game state for Cenobite. It did not feel like that bad of a game. It was an early Sabo, but even that didn't feel too punishing. But right now, he's staring down the barrel of a 3, 4, or 5 hook state game, and that is not what he would have been expecting. Or anyone would have been expecting. Oh, and that gateway, not able to find a way to disrupt the box. As Neo was trying to take a hit for Ada. Ada doing a little merry-go-round there. In a way that made them unblockable for. It will be enough Paymer's hook. A vital Paymer's hook. And Pentimento is in effect, so gens are slowed down just a little bit. But still, it's a concerning game state. Good gateway for Cenobite. Another chain hits, which is huge. They do about the pallets. This is the Death Hook Survivor. So this is a fantastically important little exchange for Cenobite. Not able to get the gateway past the car, but it doesn't matter. It connects nonetheless, but they're just going to break the chain just quickly enough to still get the pallet here. Well, if they didn't burn that, it would have been extraordinary. Oh, it is live. Okay, trying to stop that right there. Good stuff. Injury. There it is. Oh, and you would have given anything for that extra chain to connect to bring this chase to a close that bit more quickly. Not able to get around the van. As they do not drop that. And that should be a dying state. Firing dead hard. There's no dead hard. It could be a vital kill here. Okay, so Cenobite has to be said, back in it. Back in it with that move. Good gateway, immediately turning on a dime to connect with Maria, who's been very good at dodging them up to this point. Is he locking in at precisely the right moment? It really seems like it. Pallet here. They do not burn it. The chains, are they holding them in place? No! Oh, but 2 chains, that's so huge. And they do not go for the car pallet. They got one here. Maria finding ways to be a nuisance. Finding ways to delay Cenobite. There's still a Pentimento stack. The gens are still slower than they would be. Paymer's has done some good stuff, but it's all for naught if you can't close down the chase like this. Look at the window again. Window around there, not going to go for that. They're going to go for upstairs, so they drop down immediately. They do! If Cenobite had kept on moving, he would have been in the dying state. He would have been in the money. There's another pallet here. Oh, Maria! Cenobite going for the gateway rather than the M1. He's finding ways to lose out on this chase. Do they vault? They don't, they don't, they don't. Oh, dear. It's an awful chase for the Cenobite. The gates, the chains connect. There was no way. There was no way that the slow vault was going to be enough. For all the world, it looked like it might have been. Okay.
Suffering.
So, Paymer's hoping that this pops before the final gen. It does. It does, and presumably, this is the gen that is moving. The gateway not where he wanted it there. Didn't expect Ada to be right on the upper side of that pallet. Swung, but a bit too late, and Ada able to respond. This is an important chase once again. Because if Cenobite can close this down quickly enough, it's a 2 survivor situation. 1, 2, 3. Okay. The chain's just holding the survivor in place for long enough. Gateway right on them. Connects. 1, 2, 3. And they'll drop immediately. They don't. The restraint there is admirable. But too much restraint. Now, unless there's a pallet save out of nowhere. I was going to say it was going to be a 2-survivor situation, but nothing coming easy to the Cenobite here. Gateway connects. So they have a pallet right ahead again. Another chain. Ooh! It's the most clutch chain of all time. Maria's right there. So Cenobite can't hook immediately. Has to at least push Maria away with an injury, and we'll be able to do so. They're still coming in, but there's no chance right now. There goes final gen. 7th hook for Cenobite. 7 hooks will not do it against Xenomorph. It has to be said. Patient with the gateway. It eventually connects, but the 4K now might be a distant pipe dream. With how much time Nia Carlson is going to have to work on a gate, it feels like a miracle is needed to give Cenobite the 4K. Or, failing a miracle, just a little bit of altruism, perhaps. Gateway connects on Maria. Will be a dying state. Nia opens the gate and presumably will be beating a hasty retreat. Maybe, hang on, maybe they're going to try body block or do something here. The gate's open, but they're nowhere to be seen. Hold on just a second. There they are. Okay. That missing is awful. However, injury there. There'll be a trade. Is there a chance that a gateway can connect? How much endurance do you have? Not enough. Okay, so that is still a really huge play for the Cenobite, because that gives them 3 extra hook stages from Nia Carlson, who'd taken no hooks up to that point. So what could have very easily been a 9-hook game has become an 11-hook game from that. And that will keep Cenobite competitive. Xenomorph in Hawkins. Ooh, how do you feel about this? You know, Xenomorph has performed well in a variety of maps, but this is probably not what they would have chosen. Down to the tunnels. Searching for footsteps. And find some. Right here. As there is someone right here. There's also someone upstairs behind. So, options for the Xenomorph. Oh, and really didn't want to miss out on that one. They do not come back for the stun. And that won't connect either. Nor will that. Okay, tough start this. And Claudette's away. Unbelievable restraint from Claudette here. Is there a way through that structure for the tail attack? It doesn't seem like it. So, in all sincerity, a very tough opening as there's a flame turret. Denying that at the very least. Good fake out from Claudette. They know their stuff against Xenomorph. Finally, the tail attack connects. As it's become a hallmark of these late-stage killer games. The team taking hits from one another. Good coordination. And there goes a gen. Possibly the first of a couple. Plenty of time taken on this opening chase as they don't burn the pallet. Okay, so that will be a dying state. No pain res here. Xenomorph instead has been relying on Pop Goes the Weasel, and will have to do so here. Down below. So there is aura reading, alien instinct right there. Choosing to stick around, get the pallet stun. That will prolong this chase before any injury is put into effect as the unhook on on the left-hand side. Having to deal with so many flame turrets here, just getting the heal, unfortunately. Decided to go after Dwight rather than go for the tunnel. We've seen how that can be punished in these tournaments. Another flame turret there, and that will do the job. That will get rid of the tail attack. And no M1 to be seen there. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. What is that, like 4 or 5 flame turrets already run into for the Xenomorph? Par for the course. Ooh! It says undetectability. Okay. Getting the goods there. There is Xenomorph's second hook. Obviously not out of this. Very, very early days. And while it wasn't an ideal start, there are still 4 gens left. Xenomorph does have 2 hooks. However, very unfortunate in that gen's still able to pop. So nothing good coming the way of Pop Goes a Weasel. Great injury. Great injury. Some very good intel from it. And an opportunity for second hook stage on Claudette. As that doesn't connect. Wow, really felt like it could have. As they go window, nothing Xenomorph can do about that. Got a vault after them. Fogval. That's about as effective as that is ever going to be. That's not true. There's been some good Fogval plays from the survivors this tournament. That certainly was not one of them. So, second hook stage for Claudette. Another flame turret right there. And there's V. And there's an injury. Well, well, well. Xenomorph. Turning it on at perhaps exactly the right time. Live to get away. Very close to the tail attack. There it is. Big opportunity here. And there's a connection. And finally, well, very technically getting Pop Goes a Weasel out there. Not that it's all that important on a gen such as that. Nonetheless, the hook stage there. No alien instinct to speak of. No injured parties to speak of. Would have been great if Alien got intel on Claudette right there. There's the injury. Ugh. The flame turret from miles away, still doing the work of denying the tail attack. And oh, well played from Dwight, baiting out the M1 by just slouching off into a corner. That was incredibly well done. And there's going to be no tail attack for quite some time, so Dwight can keep on going. Come back. Oof. Okay, dying state there. And that will be the 5th hook. And there's still 3 gens left. This is going to be tight. This is not going to be the runaway victory that maybe the Cenobite camp were hoping for. There is still a chance here. Xenomorph really needs to get into those tunnels, ascertain some intel, get the tail attack back. There's the unhook. Seems like a good opportunity. There's the injury. Oh, hold on just a second. Hold on just a second. Strikes gold upstairs, finds Claudette, finds a Death Hook survivor. And this could be... Oh my god, the Sabo! They don't get it. They don't get it. What a huge play for Xenomorph. What a disaster for the Cenobite. 3 left by mere milliseconds. Denying the Sabo, getting 2 hooks at the price of 1. That has swung things tremendously. And maybe finally in the Xenomorph's favour. However, there goes a gen. So it is a 2-gen game, and this thing is not over. This team are not going to give up without a fight, as you can tell from the number of bloody flame turrets that got out there, for one thing. Unbelievable stuff. There is a David King, by the way, in this game. If you are Xenomorph, you want this to be a 2-survivor situation, no doubt about it. As there is David, and they're the Fogvile gamer, it all begins to make sense. How quickly does this chase close down? It continues to make sense. So, nice quick hook on David. Take Xenomorph to 8 hooks. Remember, 11, the target set by the Cenobites. They were disappointed in the lack of a 4K, but they were saying that they think 11 hooks might be enough. As it stands, it will not be. Xenomorph on the prowl, looking for footsteps, find some. There's the unhook. And there's Dwight. Getting the injury. There is a survivor upstairs, possibly working on the gen. Claudette vacated. There's another flame turret. They have been so good about ensuring that there is always a flame turret in this map. Remember, by the way, that Dwight does have Dead Hard. We'll be looking to use that in that situation. Dying state there, 2 survivors left. Assuming Xenomorph's able to get the hook. Which they should be able to, okay. The 9th hook stage now if you're keeping score, but that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that the 4K is achievable. And that's what they'll be looking for. Heading upstairs. Injured party. Right on the gen. Ooh, but here's the thing now. Here's the thing now, as this will be death hook for V. It's a hatch game. In earnest. It's very simple. If David finds hatch, Cenobite is through. Oh, and there's the aura reading on Dave. It would be tremendously bad luck. Which gives Dave hatch here. And there they are. And they go for the vault. And they'll be looking to flee the scene. Do they find hatch? They've got live. They get a little bit of distance. Can you hear it? Is it around? Who's through? It's to the right. The connection. And the dying state Xenomorph is through. Cenobite is eliminated. What an ending. Unbelievable stuff. It was right over here. Hold on. There it was. If David went straight down here, it would have been a Cenobite Grand Final. And these are the margins that we're talking about in this tournament. Goodness gracious me, what a game. Xenomorph does not get 2. Xenomorph with 12 hook statuses has secured the win and progresses through to the grand final. So here we are. Almost 200 individual killer games have led us to a grand final against Xenomorph, between Xenomorph and the Houndmaster. This will be a best of 3 clash to see who takes home the silverware. Let's quickly have a look at how they got here. So Houndmaster got through 2nd place in Group F, had a near perfect campaign, 46 hooks to her name, drew with Deathslinger, drew with Cenobite, defeated Oni, and drew with Billy. Just enough to get through. In the round of 16, she came up against Myers, just narrowly defeated Myers 6-5. Not a marquee performance from either killer. Took it to a replay against Clown in the quarterfinals. Did enough to defeat a very manageable 6 hooks. And then did the same against Wraith. Xenomorph started off in Group H with very strong opposition in the form of Krasu, Dark Lord Dredge, and a surprisingly strong Skull Merchant. Did enough to get through there, started with a win against Dark Lord, then just narrowly lost out to Krasu. 12 hook statuses enough to get the draw against Skull Merchant, and then, very importantly, got the win against Dredge in round 5. They had a dominant victory over Freddy in the round of 16. They had a very dominant victory over a very strong Huntress in the quarterfinals, and we saw just there, took it all home against the Cenobite. So now, we have the Houndmaster versus the Xenomorph. And we start with the Houndmaster. Houndmaster! After a weird buggy camera, Houndmaster in Crotus Pren. And her strategy has been sound. It's been sending Snug one way, going the other. She's going to do the same here. There is Killer Instinct over there, but only one instance of it. Aha! As it is Yunjin over here. Big opportunity, chase ahead. And Snug does not connect, but it does keep them on the periphery. Good stuff, the Houndmaster. Finds someone relatively early, gets the injury relatively early. Looking for the chase here. Trying to connect with it, and will be able to, so that should be a dying state. Good stuff there.
Extra bones for you.
And it's pain res right here, so immediate gem regression. Jagged Compass showing Houndmaster the furthest along gen. She sends Snug that way and takes chase with Dwight. Says the injury. As Dwight sticks in the shank. Burn shank pallet. Houndmaster forcing the pallet burn by getting the chase connecting with Snug. Snug doesn't connect there somehow. Doesn't matter, there's a dying state. Will there be a pallet save? Houndmaster going to pick up immediately to try and deny that, and we'll be able to. Okay, so hook up on the heel. And it is already looking like something of a grand final performance from Houndmaster. Having said that, there is Blast Mine. A little bit of latency there, but we're okay, we're okay. Send Snug all the way back to that gem. Just to keep an eye on the situation, keep apprised of what's going on here. The unhook up ahead, the gen to the right. Very unfortunate. Not able to find anyone. Okay. Bit of a slow passage of play right now.
Fight.
And there finally is some intel, but this is a shame if you're the Houndmaster or a fan of the Houndmaster.
Loyal
Significant momentum, significant tempo, which has taken a back seat. She's been unable to find anyone. She knows there is someone here. Is there a chance? Oh! What an intuition play from Houndmaster. Quite right. Quite right, Portia. That was unbelievable work. And get some aggression out of it. Nice.
Stop your whining.
As it was presumably pain res over there. But this is the first long gen. 2 people here.
You are a worthy companion.
Finds the leader, gets the injury. As they vault the window. Flee the scene. Snug connects. It'll be another dying state. There's another pain res available on the hook on the hill to the right. Talk about momentum, talk about tempo. What a turnaround this could have been right here. Hook's there. Dwight down here. An injured party down here. Things are looking up for the Houndmaster. This is outrageously good for her. And the speed with which she's able to chase because of the search. Gets the hit with all shaking thunder. Able once again to get Paimers out there. Sorry, to get a Scourgic out there. It won't be Paimers, but it will be Jagged Compass. And that is valuable, valuable intel. As it's this gem once again. Houndmaster following behind Snug. And no killer instincts. In fact, still regressing. But what a set of plays that was. It was pain res. Never mind. Dwight did have a pain res token. Live. Send some over to this Tom. Houndmaster getting out there with the search. Again, Hazel shaking thunder. Gets a ridiculous lunge yet again. Oh, trying for the hit through the window. Bit of a style move there. As they will burn the pallet and vault the window. Snug. Oh, connects. But unfortunately, they're there for the pallet stun. Looking for the dying state here. To keep a good thing going. And she'll get it. What a start this is. Another hook on the way. The only thing you're thinking now if you're Houndmaster, how can you make this a 3 survivor situation? The answer is very simple. Find Dwight. Wherever Dwight may be is where Houndmaster wants to be. Says Killer Instinct. As they commit to the gen. And it isn't Dwight, it's Meg. Well, that is concerning. Been such a good game state for Houndmaster. Oh. But Snug foiled by the pallet. And Snug runs into the wall and immediately pivots at a 90-degree angle there. Well, this is not what she was hoping for. There is the connection, though. There is the chase, and that will be the injury.
Look.
Ooh, and takes a surprising line. Goes to this pallet. Gets to it. That'll be a dying state. Okay, needed that. Needed a quick turnaround. Lost a gen. Chasing someone who they didn't really want to chase to begin with. You need to close those down quickly, and they are able to. And it's Jagged Compass once again, and it's big, big intel. Snug. Leading the Houndmaster to the gen. You can jim around the back here. But this is going to be the one survivor who you really don't want to chase if you're Houndmaster. The one survivor who can take a hook, who will not be out of the game with a hook. So could this be mismanagement from her? Need to connect here. Does. They drop early. And that will be a dying state. But there goes the gen. At the very least now, every remaining survivor will be Death Hook. But 2 gens left. 1 gen left. They've found a way to turn it around, and we've seen this time and time again. Not getting a survivor out of the game, proving ruinous for your game state in an otherwise exceptional game. So there is still hope here in game 1 for the Xenomorph. As its reassurance on the hook is a great play.
Fine.
Using the speed to try and shut down this chase. Oh. Not doing too badly there, lunging around the pallet. Oh, as they kept on moving. Went all the way over to Shaq. They're not fooled at all by what Houndmaster's doing there. They vote back into Shaq. But never mind. Turns out they are a little bit fooled by what Houndmaster's doing there. Gotta go for the Scourge Hook here. So important knowing which is the furthest along gen. It will be the first survivor out of there. But again, it is a scary, scary game. As there is... Okay. This is the furthest along gen. And there is barely any movement on it. Just checking for Killer Instinct. Okay. What a good call from the Houndmaster. What a sensational call from the Houndmaster to not trust the situation, to not trust that there wasn't someone waiting in the wings, to send out Snug and getting the Killer Instinct there. Snug not able to connect. And won't on the second time of asking either. As there go the lawnmowers. Yeah, not even the World Cup is safe from the tyranny of the lawnmowers. There's no pallet around Killer Shack. Big opportunity here. Sending Snug through the window. And Snug somehow doesn't connect, but sends the leader off in completely the other direction. So it is still a dying state. And once again, as I do apologise for the unbelievably loud lawnmowers, it will be a Scourge Hook, it will be Jagged Compass. Is the gen gonna pop imminently? This is the one that they're moving. Trying to send Snug upstairs. Gets Snug up there, gets the speed boost up there, and with that does deny the gen for now. For now, as there's Yunjin. Drops the pallet immediately. Moves around. Snug falls gently from on high. Looking sneak Snug between the pallet and them. Not able to do so. Gets the kick. Yunjin. Where have they gone? Kept on going. Oh, get some ridiculous distance with that. A bit of a mismaneuver from Houndmaster. Send Snug out ahead of them. This could still be an injury here, but it has taken far longer than it maybe should or could have. And that is a mistake that will give them another pallet. And Snug just not finding ways to connect with the chase. As all the while they'll be wondering how Dwight hasn't got the gen, and there they are. They'll get their answer. There goes the gen. It is still no way out, but this chase is taking way too long. Dwight immediately on the gate. Gotta pivot. Gotta pivot over there. Gotta put some pressure on here. Gotta find a different person to chase because Yunjin is having a field day right now. Things are looking despairing for the Houndmaster. Mainly because they had such a good game up to this point as Dwight gets the gen. Flashbang there, presumably. Doesn't really matter too much. Gets the kick, follows. Dwight being a bit memey with it. As there's the fog vial. Into a locker. Great play. Okay, so hook and steal time. Crucially, steal some time to deny Yunjin gate, and specifically to shut hatch and then go for the gates. No way out is a godsend in this exact situation. So, waiting on hatch. Currently in 11 hook game stage. You can still make it a 4K. There goes no way out. You're praying for hatch to spawn. It does. Needing to get Snug out there as soon as possible. In the meantime, keeping an eye on this gate. No lights there. The Snug is going on an errand. What are you doing? Okay. Snug gets to the gate. Doesn't get anyone over there either. It could be a key. There's a non-zero chance it's a key situation, but there's just too much else for Houndmaster to be worried about here. Has to keep on these gates. Has to keep the game ahead of her. Gonna run to Snug. Swap with Snug. Send Snug out to this gate now. Not to the gen to the gate. Not to the gen to the gate. There it is. And there's one light. And there's scratch marks. Okay. It looks like she will be able to close it out for the 4K. No, sorry. My most sincere apologies. I'm doing something. It's the 4K. It's the 12 hook stages. Very, very hard fought for the Houndmaster. Okay. The full 12 hook stages there. But no gens remaining at the time of shutting the hatch. So, there is a win condition for Xenomorph. In Midwich. Very interesting map here for Xenomorph. You love the notion of having those teleportation powers, not teleportation, but you know what I mean, map traversal in a map like this, where that can otherwise be quite tough to make happen. Looking for those footsteps. Finds them. Gives chase. There's first injury. So there's 3 survivors here trying to stop the flame turret, and it is able to do so. Okay. There you go, going after the injured party. Getting rid of another flame turret. They just hold up for too long. And they're going to vault the pallet. Oh, no, they're not. Honestly, a good play. Them vaulting the pallet would have been a dying state right there, right then. So they extend the chase by doing that. No vault here. There's a dying state. Okay, good start for the Xenomorph. It's exactly what they needed. And a relatively early hook. And back into the tunnels they go. Searching, ideally, for the injured party, for Fung. Some strange tunnels going on here, has to be said. There's footsteps. See what I mean, though? Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, some very annoying tunnels. Maybe the Midwich effect in action there. And just loses out whoever might have been around here. Ooh, hang on. Lone skill check, presumably? No? Red herring. Someone's used red herring? Surely not. There's an ultimate weapon upstairs. Well, worth a look. The rare instance of possible red herring value is there's another flame turret. Dispensing with that swiftly. Well, they've got to be thinking about the save soon, right? So maybe the Xenomorph does some good work by being down here right now. And that will be second hook stage secured, okay. And that's the DC on the hook. They don't like what they're seeing from this team, and that could be very, very good for the Xenomorph. Plenty of flame turrets here, but no time to save their friends. They've still not moved in. There's the unhook, finally. But now a golden opportunity for Xenomorph to tunnel out the bot and enjoy a 3 survivor game, and why not? Why not when it's on offer like that? So they don't put a pallet, another flame turret in there. There is a dying state and borrowing DS for the bot. A 3 survivor situation very, very, very early on. And after so much hard work from the Houndmaster, the Xenomorph might have a 4K served up here on a silver platter. There's gem movement here. Oh, there are lockers in this room. There are lockers in this room. Presumably head on from someone. Okay. Someone upstairs at least. And presumably this is Jake with red herring, with head on, who's doing a little bit of a meme build here. That does buy enough time for a gen to pop. Jake runs by another flame turret the Xenomorph has to get rid of. The one thing the team have been doing well, they've certainly got their due diligence out there with the flame turrets, as that doesn't connect. Shouldn't matter too much. There's a dying state. Okay, so the hook right there can control station off to the left. It says footsteps. Okay. Emerging here. And a big opportunity for some big gem aggression. Again, eventually. Clearly for ultimate weapon here, although that does not get any intel. It does appear that the map is pretty damn rough for Xenomorph here, not getting anything like the value as the control stations that you would usually imagine. And even if you hear the footsteps, it seems that it's a 50-50 call on whether they're upstairs or downstairs. Really, really tough. There is gem movement here, and there's Fang, and there's there's red herring presumably, and there's a hook. Okay. There we go. The picture becomes clearer. That may be our red herring candidate right there. So, a very important hook. And another head-on. Sorry, another blast mine. One of those games, it seems like. Getting the kick. Oh, it says Jake. Oh, sprint burst. Okay. Doesn't drop the pallet. Doesn't go for the save. What a strange team. Xenomorph has run into here. Still can't really get the measure of them. Tail attack. Not quite connecting, unfortunately. There's the unhook. There's the injury. And if Jake's not going to leave, Xenomorph will say thank you very much. I'll get 2 hits and I'll get my hook. So the unhook over here. Heading upstairs presumably for the heal. Hearing some distant noises in that regard. Then again, maybe not. Just glancing at the hook from upstairs, seeing if there's anything going on. There's a plot twist from someone. Could ultimate weapon bring them out of hiding? Apparently not. Okay. Worth a go. Really earnestly worth a go. Doesn't quite get it done, but a good idea. And again, someone being left on hook. Nope, there's the unhook. Injury on Funk. Well played, and trying to go for the tail attack. Bit too hastily. They always had the hedge there. They always had the corner to get around. There's another flame turret. God, it's been 70% busy work this game for Xenomorph. The tail attack is denied by the pallet being thrown. And there's the injury. Why would you double back? Was there a friend in that room, perhaps? Very confusing. It's been flame turrets, it's been blast mine, but it's not been a lot of gem repairs. As that will be Jake, who is carrying a flame turret, who is now a prime target. Injured. Roaming slowly. This could be all she wrote. There it is. That's the dying state. So 2 survivors left. And again, in spite of a very, very, very strong effort from Houndmaster, it's looking like Xenomorph is still going to get the win unless they can find a way to get some gens very quickly. Or unless they find Hatch, which is entirely possible in a map that has no killer shack, as we all are aware. turret. One good thing to be said for Xenomorph, in what otherwise could have been a very tilting kind of game. Handled the flame turrets well, handled the memes well, gone about her business in very strong fashion. Another hook. And intel on the survivor upstairs. Big opportunity right now. Teleporting roughly to where they are. There's Killer Instinct. And that's GG. And with 3 gens remaining at the time of the 4K, it is a round 1 victory for the Xenomorph. We do still do the gen differential in the grand final. So Xenomorph takes round 1. It is best of 5, so they are not the grand champion, not yet. It's a good start for the Xenomorph. It'll be Xenomorph again. We'll flip the order as we play round 2. Swamp for Xenomorph, who got maybe a surprise win in round 1 after a very strong performance from the Houndmaster. And, you know, maybe a tough blow for the Houndmaster, who had, has to be said, maybe tougher opposition to go against. There are footsteps right here. Okay, looking to emerge. And the Xenomorph will, alas, into Big Boat. Doesn't get stunned. Good hit there. Looking for the dying state as soon as possible. And may have found it. Yep. Good stuff against Jeff. So another very strong start. And you begin to see why these are the 2 killers who find themselves in the grand final. Just very, very strong from the get-go. Jeff is not wiggling, so it means that basement is a given. There's a boon in play, which further stops any gens from popping. Things are looking fantastic for the Xenomorph. So away she goes. Gen movement over here. Or at least some survivors over here for sure. Yep, indeed, there's Lara. A little bit of gen movement, not too much. Oh, and it's the first whiff on the flame turret. Damn shame. Didn't realise it was there. Until it was almost too late. But it will be an M1 hit. That one dispatched with. Dispatched, I mean. Dispensed with or dispatched. It's a tail attack at a huge time. That came back exactly when it needed to, and there's a dying state. There's some rumbling about the add-ons in the chat. You know, it's a shame one add-on, but I think any time spent discussing that is time wasted when instead we could be really hype for what is proving to be a fantastic grand final. Injury on Yunjin. No, choose not to burn the pallet, and they might pay the price for that. Burn that one instead. That'll be a dying state. Good stuff in the Xenomorph. Another hook here, so 3 hooks in relatively quick succession. Only time for 1 gen so far for the team. Back down to the tunnels they go. Footsteps. Heading this way. Xenomorph emerging. And just unable to find the survivor. However, he's able to come back to the hook. There's an injury. On Soma. Do they burn the pallet? They do. Great play from Xenomorph again. Oh, as Yunjin's hanging around. Looking for a torch save. Instead takes a dying state. Could be DS. Gonna test the waters. It is DS. Okay, makes a lot of sense. Go for the blind. Failing to get the blind. But we'll get distance. Hope for Soma. Now, by most metrics, it's a great game state, and Lara, inexplicably being right there, makes it better still. But you don't want to fall into the trap that Houndmaster kind of did. This is an even split of hooks. That's bad. That's bad. We've seen it time and time again, how that is the ruination of these game states. Xenomorph does not want to be the queen of making people happy. She wants to be the queen of Dead by Daylight, and she's going to do that by getting dying states like this. Very, very good stuff there. Flame turret, it is what it is. Goes down to the basement. Wasn't able to get Pop Goes Weasel out there. Decided, in the heat of the moment, better off taking the chase, and hard to argue with the immediacy of the result there. Lara tries to recommit to the gen, won't be able to. And Xenomorph's going to get the tail back very soon. Oh, so unlucky here for Lara. Finding herself truly in the wrong place at the wrong time, exactly when that all-powerful tail attack re-emerges. So, another Death Hook survivor. Another hook over here. Still 4 gens remaining. Immense opportunities to shut this down early for Xenomorph and put herself in a very, very strong position indeed. Taking a circuitous route, although there is someone here. Presumably off to the periphery. There are scratch marks here. Well worth investigating, especially if this happens to be Yunjin, and it is. Gets her to the flame turret. Moving in. Should have gone for the M1 there. Gets the M1 eventually. I say, don't burn the pallet. Yunjin is playing it very, very dangerously. Denying themselves some of these pallets. Doesn't go for the one to the left. Could be dead hard here. That would explain why they're playing it this way. Apparently not. So, unless there is a denial. There's another flame turret. It will be a 3-survivor situation. And just finding an embarrassment of riches in terms of chases after the hook here. And someone needs to be careful, because sooner rather than later, the tail attack's going to be in play. There it is. Big opportunity here for Xenomorph. Needs to connect. Does. So confident am I in her abilities, I'm calling out the hits before they happen. Another hook. Another hook. Big opportunity here for some gen regression. Oh, and there's Jeff. Not seen all that much of Jeff, and maybe that's why. No disrespect. Hook over here. Making short shrift of this team. Another flame turret. Gets rid of that. Gets the gen booted. Looks to head back over to Shaq. Maybe get the tail attack back in the meantime. Unfortunately, no command stations all that close to Shaq, so no real opportunities to take an immediate hit there, but does well enough. Disrupting the heal on hook, getting a couple of hits, getting the dying state, and now assuming that Xenomorph can shut down the chase with Soma. Do they get to the unhook? It'll be really close there. Oh, they do just. No, they don't! Massive for the Xenomorph. And this will be a 4K with 3 gens remaining, which is one of the strongest game states we've ever seen. And there it is. Ooh! Didn't actually mean to do that. Xenomorph was instead going to go and get rid of the flame turret, but it will be a Mori to cap things off, and why not? Why not? It's the 4K with 3 gens remaining. Over to the spreadsheet. Xenomorph has started strong and continued stronger still. Another 4K with 3 gens remaining. In fact, it's exactly as good as they did last time. Xenomorph is perfect in the grand finals so far, and Houndmaster has it all to do. RPD for Houndmaster. And again, the situation presents itself. If the survivors get 3 gens, she loses the round. Doesn't mean she's lost the grand final at that point, but it means that Xenomorph is 2-0 up, and that, in a best-of-5 situation, is going to be tough to recover from, as there's Sable. So pretty immediate intel here for Houndmaster. There's a bit of gem movement out here as well. Maybe should have stuck to the original plan, because Sable was up there, and possibly it looked like Yunjin was up there too, but decided to move elsewhere, keep the gen from popping. And she does have to keep an eye on those gens. Okay, good stuff with the search. Means that Houndmaster's on their tail. That bit quicker than she otherwise would be. Still not enough, they'll still get to a pallet. Tough opening. Oh, and that is not the command that Houndmaster was searching for there. Wanted another search command to get some haste. Pivots outside. But they're just keeping enough distance to keep the Houndmaster at bay, and this is already a much slower start than that enjoyed by the Xenomorph, and just a distracted performance from the Houndmaster, it seems, here. Taking chases, then giving them up, hearing a bit of gem movement, going to the other one, then losing everyone. I mean, who can blame her for being distracted after Xenomorph has put together one of the greatest 1-2 killer games of all time with what they've done so far this grand final. Talk about showing up when it matters. And Houndmaster eats another pallet. Things are looking grim. Get snuck back out there. Staying true to the plan. True to the strategy. Getting the search out there. Benefiting from the haste. Trying to keep in this thing. Just Dwight vaults. Chase could be on. It is. They will stun. They may well vault. They will. And medium vault isn't punished. It looks for all the world like that would be an injury. Dearie me. And one gen goes, and surely not long left for the others. And this is supposed to be a contest, but at the moment it looks like a soft transferal of power from the Houndmaster to the Xenomorph here. Just nothing going her way. Snug needs to get out there. Goes through both faults. Will at least be an injury here. Yes. Something mercifully, finally, has gone her way. Can she go for a mind game up here? Sable was around there, but again, a distracted Huntress. A distracted Houndmaster, I apologise. A distracted Houndmaster is not able to close down these chases. Might be able to get a dying state here, and it will keep her technically in the game. But the best she can hope for now is a tie. 2 gens of pops, so all she could do is get a 4K with the same number of gens left that Xenomorph had. But to do that would require one of the greatest turnarounds of all time. With how she's playing right here, right now, I don't see it happening. Sending out Snug again, looking for a search. Gets it. No killer instinct to speak of. Because the survivor pivoted back around to the right. Scratch marks quickly leaving. Could be ghost notes here. Would not be surprised to be seeing that. Getting a little burst of speed there with Snug. I guess the injury. They weren't expecting Houndmaster to swing through that quickly. And there's the unhook. There is the notion or the sense this is simply stalling the inevitable here. There's no scratch marks at all. Talk about ghost notes and the quickly removed scratch marks. How about no scratch marks whatsoever? Things are going from bad to worse for the Houndmaster. Gem movement here, just so little time. And there it goes. Like a dagger to the heart. The 3rd gen pops. So Xenomorph will be taking a 2-0 lead. And if Xenomorph takes the next round, it is a Xenomorph coronation in the 2025 DBD World Cup. And this has been outrageous. I mean, at this point, Houndmaster may well just be playing for pride. Another pallet here, another drop. Snug's nowhere to be seen. Snug's away on maneuvers, on adventures. Another gem pops. They don't burn that pallet. And Houndmaster really just settling in to try and get at least a hook here, at least another hook, at least something for the end game. Snug completely stops by the pallet. We've been seeing that quite a lot. This really does look like Ghost Notes and Lightweight. These scratch marks beginning to disappear as soon as they emerge. Snug misses. Last gen to the left here. That'll be gone pretty soon. Moving around the pallet. Opportunity here, finally, for a dying state. Doesn't get it. Doesn't get it. They keep on moving. It's not even the ridiculous scratch marks combo that's winning them this. It's just very good lines and lots of pallets. There you go. Finally, Snug getting something done. It will be a hook. Again, it is a mere consolation prize. And again, maybe just a notion of pride to be played for here.
Enough theatrics.
As there's your jagged compass gen all the way over here. In Snug approaching from the right, there is the chance, absolutely, that you could send the survivors up here. Injury there. Well, if there was something more to be playing for, this could be an exciting game state, but it is, of course, all over. There is the dying state. Hook all the way back here. There is some gem regression there, so that gen no longer moving.
Find me a rat.
Heading off over to that one. Also some regression on that gen. And the concept of momentum is a intra-game thing in addition to an inter-game thing. So, you know, if Houndmaster can end strong here, that could bolster her and propel her into a good matchup to come. So this is all important stuff from her. Showing a little bit of fight, showing that she will not leave this tournament without a fight. But back on Yunjin, who really has had her number. And displays it yet again there. It is a lot of burning pallets, holding W, moving away, but, you know, they're making it work. Look at these scratch marks. Look at these scratch marks, everyone. It is patently absurd. Deary me, who'd be a killer main, I'll tell you. As I get back to the pallet. Looking to get Snug out there. Good stuff, good stuff. There's your dying state. Houndmaster was the Cinderella here anyway, if we're being honest. Did so well to get to the final. But has she met her match in what might be considered conventionally stronger opposition? Possibly. Does, however, get a basement hook. Heading to the other gate. And And there are 3 lights here, but no survivors.
Find me a
Sending
rat.
Snug all the way back around here. Snug. There you go, there you go. As there are only 2 lights, okay. Well then, could the chase be on right now? With Sable? Could there still be something more here for Houndmaster? Would love to send Snug to the gate, there you go. Oh, but Snug goes the other way entirely. That was not what Houndmaster was looking for. And that will probably be all she wrote for round 2. There you go. So as we knew anyway... Oh, hang on. Sable taking an odd line. It will be a moot point. It will be a moot point in the end. And there you go. So that was, what, 4 hook statuses for Houndmaster. And very plainly, that will not get it done. So, in a best-of-5 matchup, Xenomorph has immediately gone 2-0 up. If they take this round, they are the 2025 DBD World Cup champion. So, this could be her final outing unless she puts forward something very, very special here. Houndmaster in Coldwind Farm. Needs a good start, needs a strong start.
Fight.
Gonna follow Snug this time all the way to Shack. So there's some jet movement to the right. Leon... who is playing okay. There was the fear that was maybe an AFK survivor. But springs to life, springs to action. And will take a chase.
Find me a rat.
And the search at a good time there. Could be a dying state. No, they're going to burn the pallet. Oh, I'm just getting caught on the hay as Houndmaster. Not able to navigate that in the way they would have liked. Ooh, but Leon running into the hay. The hay tripping up Houndmaster and then tripping up Leon, so it will be a dying state. And a pain res hook close at hand. And this is the first long gem.
Like a worm.
As away goes Claudette here. So that was finesse. No live, however. Oh, that is not what you wanted. Actually did want the chase on that one. Doesn't matter, the injury still connects.
Fight.
To go through the vault over, sorry, the pallet that Leon threw. Things not looking too bad, though, for the Houndmaster, has to be said. Be even better if she can find a way of closing down this chase anytime soon. Should I get a brief bit of hesitancy out there? And not going to do it. Another pretty overlong chase from Houndmaster. Oh, good connection with Snug. And they burned the pallet just a little bit too late. So this should be enough dying state. It will be.
Good work. Extra chum for you
Leon?
after.
Gives away an injury. Ooh, could be DS. Could be someone just memeing. Hard to say. Good flashbang. Ooh, but it doesn't connect. The timing might have been a little bit off. So what is Leon playing at here?
Now.
So not able to connect. As Leon veers right, veers left. Wayward lines being taken here, and that will be a dying state. Could very easily be DS, but going to test the waters regardless. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense.
Now.
So Snug through the window. Oh. The aura went yellow there, and you hoped and prayed that there could have been an opportunity for a connection, as there is a dying state. Okay, so, bit of an aggressive use of DS. Not the safest thing to do. Houndmaster does punish it, gets another hook.
Stop, you
Jagged compass shows the way. And the gen over here now moving.
Hurry!
We go now to V. She does burn the pallet and vaults, but a bit too late. Good injury there. Turning around the corner with Chase, probably not going to connect there. As they don't drop the pallet. Well, 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 all of a sudden, they could be in a bit of bother. Oh, well played from V. The V game, as we've seen it time and time again, not to be trifled with. However, good move there from Houndmaster. And that'll be a dying state. Another Paymos hook. And don't look now, but it's still a 5-gen game. Kind of a bit surprising that it's still a 5-gen game. There's been some chases, and the chases have taken some time. Clearly Paymos is doing a lot of work. Clearly Jagged Compass is directing the chases very nicely. Still, maybe a bit surprising. The Snug somehow doesn't connect there. That'll be an injury on Fairmar. Snug doesn't connect. Do they vault? They do not. In fact, they played that very well indeed. But this should be it coming to a close. Tough pallet for them. They drop it too early, but there goes a gem. So, regardless of what happens now, there is a theoretical chance of the Xenomorph taking the whole tournament right here if they get a 4K 5-gem situation. With the run of form that they're on, who would argue against that? Trying to get Snug all the way over to the distant gem. Does so. Wants to keep a watchful eye over Shack. Okay, nothing going on there. She heads away. The door is ever so slightly ajar for the Xenomorph, and there's still plenty of game to play. Sending Snug in front of the runner. Not quite able to connect, however. Opportunity there. Snug connects with a chase. The stun is a good play to deny, but it should still be an injury. No finesse. Forgetting about finesse there. Snug just not connecting with any of these chases. Oh. Claudette bringing Houndmaster to a gen that was moving at pace. That will be stalled out for a little while longer. Oof, good play from V to commit to the quick vault backwards, making that work. Another vault here, another gen pops. And a double back is a great play. And there's 2 gens left all of a sudden. And the game state not looking quite as insurmountable as it once was. However, it's a good matchup still. If you can get the 4K, you give yourself a chance, and she's certainly in decent enough shape to do such a thing.
Look at you. Extra.
Sending Snug out there. Doesn't connect. However, it does keep them away from the cow tree loop. That might not be too bad. Sending a search out there. Honestly, just a zoning search. Oh, it would have been good if there weren't this pallet still up here. Rough stuff for the Houndmaster on Claudette once more, who has had her number to a large degree. Oh, I just got fooled. Fooled a little bit by the Killer Instinct, expecting them to maybe vault the window. They do not. She's got to give up on the chase and go back to their gem. Yeah. And not quite able to find the gen with the search there, which is a shame. At the very least, she gets 2 Killer Instincts out of it. V right here, who's been very strong against her, but takes an injury. And there is a grim finality to proceedings here. She's not been able to get a hook for some time. Gens are moving, and anything short of a 4K against Xenomorph at the height of her power, it just doesn't seem like enough. And in come the protection hits again, seeing a lot of that. I think very clear that these killers now are facing up against certainly some coordination from these teams. As Snug connects, will be a dying state. It will not be a death hook, but it will be Surge. Keeping a very important gen under wraps. Flashbang, nice try. Won't quite connect. There goes Leon. Do you remember Leon? Saw lots of Leon early on. Seen precious little of Leon since then. There go window. Just want to put Snug in shack. For some reason, you're not allowed. No reason why. Just not allowed to put Snug there. Probably not far enough away to be perfectly fair. Trying to get the chase going in. Won't. Will bash Snug into a hook. That won't do it. Got to leave the chase. There goes the final gen. And with it, maybe the final hope for Houndmaster. At the very least, 3 survivors, all in a row. There's Bearmar. There's the Flashbang Gamer. Good to know. A Snug connects. It will be an injury. It will be a dying state. It will be a hook. And it's the one person who the team might still be interested in sticking around to save, the only person not on death hook, so it keeps the Houndmaster in it. And that is just not the search you wanted. They're going to get the gate open. They're going to run away from the gate. And then they're going to run back to it. And you really want to keep as many people in the trial as you can if you're the Houndmaster here. Injury there. Finesse denied. Is there anyone going to move in for the save? What can you even do here if you're Houndmaster? Try and sneak Snug around the wall, but they both leave. And there's the unhook. And you've got to try to keep Bearmar in the game. And that will help. Somehow got rid of Snug. Not entirely sure how. As Leon does not take an injury.
No.
And these chases have really been the ruination of this game. You at least need to find a way of getting Bearmar back on the hook. Having said that, maybe even an opportunity to get both. As Bearmar is all the way over there. And Snug, jankily, clumsily, running headlong into a wall, and that is all Bearmar needs to possibly be out of here unless Snug can connect somehow. GG. It's a 4E. It's a 4E. It's 8 hooks, and it just really doesn't feel like enough. And it would be such a shame. She's done so well to get this far, but if that's how Houndmaster leaves, she will not be happy with that. 8 hook stages. Match point Xenomorph. 9 hook stages, and Xenomorph is our champion. What map do they get first of all? Doesn't really matter. On advantageous maps, they've done well. On disadvantageous, they've done well. This is Crota's Prem, which is fine. They won't mind this one jot. Into the tunnel they go. And the Xenomorph camp in the Xenomorph's ear just saying more of the same. More of the same, and we're taking home the silverware, and they're not wrong. As there's some footsteps heading right over here. And it is yet another very quick start. Oh my god, and what an opening hit! Sprint burst! You expect that to be chase done so many times. But it isn't. Not against this Xenomorph. Not in this tournament. In fairness to Siri, does well. Gets out of the wagon. Xenomorph expecting them to commit to the vault immediately. They do not. looking for the dying state here. There goes a boon. Oh, expected it to be a window. Kind of hurt by the map there. So don't burn the pallet. Good dodge from Siri. Just pivots right enough. Zaboon is around Shaq. Well, 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 well. It's a kind of chase that Xenomorph has not become too accustomed to. As Siri does enough to be evasive, is there hope yet for the Houndmaster and for the Houndmaster camp? As that feels like two people, here could come the body blocks. Window's gone. Oh, but so Siri, okay. God, and you feel like you feel like Xenomorph really needed that. Really, really needed that after one of the toughest chases they've run into in the whole tournament and loses a gem from it. Hope they'll be hoping they don't lose too much more. They do get basement. One hook down. 8 more required. Into the tunnel they go. There goes another gen. Can't see where that gen pops because we're not allowed. So there's a bit of movement upstairs. All in their Sable. No idea about what kind of team Xenomorph is facing here. Certainly knows that Siri's very strong. Aside from that, gets the stun, gets the blind. As they vault, and there's the fog file. Well, you know one of them's got a fog file, so at least there should be one easy hook for the Xenomorph. Gets one here. There goes another gen. And the Xenomorph under pressure like she has not been before in these playoffs. And any thoughts that this was a foregone conclusion must be put to one side because this team are not going to go without a fight. There's the unhook and just the immediate heal. And I'm talking immediate heal. Deception from Siri. Thankfully the killer instinct means that Xenomorph's not going to be fooled by that. Oh, well done, well done. Xenomorph turning the corner. Fully expecting Siri to be on the other side of the pallet. They are not. And you can tell that Xenomorph's rattled by this. Not using the tail attack where previously she would have been very, very happy to do so. Down into the tunnel she goes. So there goes Jill. Drops the pallet. Good entry there. Big, big intel across the map. That's what she's been needing, and that's what she's been lacking so far. She just has so much distance. It's been a story of this game, seeing a lot of the distant backs of survivors. There's a dying state. Needs a hook, needs it quickly. Needs to get a bit of momentum. If she can get a bit of momentum going, she's shown already how many kills she can get in a short amount of time. Wanting to go after Ada there, wanting to get another dying state, not quite able to do so. Another flame turret right there. Another flame turret right there. Big gem movement upstairs. Needing Pop Goes the Weasel. That felt intentional from Siri. That felt like trying to keep Xenomorph specifically away from the gem. It is a cacophony of flame turrets and of moving generators here. Xenomorph can't let any of it get to her. Has a nearly completely injured party right now. That's a situation you've got to take advantage of. As the tail attack is back. And it's Jill up ahead. Who is a bit of a risky chase. Could have DS, could have all manner of anti-tunnel things going on. But if you're Xenomorph, you also need to find a way to make this a 3 survivor game as quickly as possible. The fact they're burning every pallet under the sun heavily implies there's no DS to speak of here. Pivoting left. As they'll keep on moving. Got a pallet here. Could be a dying state, will be a dying state. This is what she needed. This is what she's been lacking. Can she build on this? 4 hooks. 2 gens still left. Presumably one will pop. Soon. If there's going to be one popping, very likely to be this upstairs gen. Which has so much movement. But they're not going to be able to commit to it. Another pop goes a weasel kick. Ah, but Shaq is gone. Shaq is gone. Okay, down to the tunnel. Emerging just as the unhook happens. This really could be a tunnel situation. She's going to go for it. It's win-win for the Xenomorph. The team might go after... Oh, and they're going to just give up, maybe. Looking for the endurance here. Siri looking to take a chase. That's exactly why you at least show tunnel as killer there. Someone will give up the easiest of dying states and you benefit from it either way. Having said that... She's not done here. How's the gen looking? Gen's still regressing. Big, big, big opportunity here. Jill Valentine. Self-healing, mending. Over here. If Xenomorph gets this hook, it puts her in such a good position. 6 hook totals. Sorry, 6 hook states total. And 1 survivor down. 4 more now to win. 3 more to level it. And keeping these gens on side. Including the gen up here, which has been so far along as is Ada. Now in the open. Dying state. First hook stage for Ada. Happy to have closed that down so quickly. The only issue being... Have they got enough time to recommit to the upstairs gen? They're on it. They don't commit. They don't commit, so a massive, massive kick here for Xenomorph. And there's the unhook. Okay, so momentary intel on where the entire team are, presumably. The unhook over here, both moving away, both moving to areas where there are no gens currently. So Xenomorph not too worried about that. Gonna take what could be an ill-fated chase with Siri, but positionally, it makes sense for her to do so. As they get back to the gen, pivot around. The total, 7 hooks. 3 to win, as that's deception. Could be into quick and quiet. Nope, Siri keeps on moving. That's not Siri, it's the other Sable. As the tail attack does its job, denies the turret. Sprint burst. Does enough to be evasive. And that's a chase that you can no longer take on if you're Xenomorph. The gens are so close right now, particularly this one. As there is progression there. They've been able to re-establish the flame turret, but that's it. No more actual movement on the gen, as Siri takes Xenomorph back to these 2 gens, which you absolutely are delighted with if you're the Xenomorph. Another deception played, which will not fool them. Getting rid of the flame turret there. Into the wagon. Vaulting. Big opportunity here. Oh, Siri. Just doing enough. That's an actual locker play. No, it isn't. At least it's ultimate weapon. Cool, blimey, deception has a short cooldown, doesn't it? Got to pivot away. Siri is the ruination of the Xenomorph and the ruination in this game. Got to get back to this gen. Another flame turret there. Big, big regression still. Okay. As there goes Ada. And this right now is a huge opportunity. Stumbling upon an injured party. Dying state there. Talk about choosing your targets. Chose the target very well. It's 2. It's by the way, that is the 8th hook. Let's have a quick look at the spreadsheet, please. Please. It's 8. It was 8 from the Houndmaster. And it's 8 for the Xenomorph. So at the very minimum, Xenomorph has tied it. But 1 more hook state wins it. 1 more hook state wins it. Ada dies on hook. Xenomorph is champion. Xenomorph finds either Sable. Xenomorph's champion as they get the gen. Oh my word. As Siri goes for the save. Entry on Siri. Ooh, big decision here for Xenomorph. Big decision. As the other Sable takes chase. Decides to go for Ada. Oh, Sable is doing their level best to take aggro. Doesn't matter to Xenomorph. Just needs a hook on someone. Anyone. Literally anyone. They've found themselves here without a tail attack. They're committing to a bad pallet. It could be all she wrote. The Houndmaster fans are leaving. Xenomorph with the pickup. Needs a hook. Moving over. No way out, but it doesn't matter a jot. She's done it. Your 2025 DBD World Cup champion, the Xenomorph. And what a tournament for them. And what a playoff for them. And what a final. And they're looking to stay perfect all through the final here. So they'll be following up on the aura reading. Going upstairs. So that'll be Ada. Oof. Getting a hook. It may well be Siri getting out the gate. No question of that spoiling the campaign here. Or it might not be. It might not be. There's Sable. Firing dead hard. Oh, she's perfect. She's perfect through the playoffs. What a tournament. What an all-time grand final performance. Well done, Xenomorph. And what a game that was. You cannot argue with that. Hi, Slade. Didn't expect to see you on this server. GG, well played. Good luck. Good luck with next. Nexty? Yeah, just doing a spreadsheet. Yeah, just doing a spreadsheet. So your winner of the 2025 DBD World Cup is Xenomorph. Takes it 3-0 in the grand final. What a performance from her. What a performance from all these killers. We have played a lot. A lot of killer games. Thank you for sticking around for any and all of it. Hugely appreciated. I had a lot of fun. My god, it was tiring at times. Not every game was unbelievably enjoyable. But we persevered, and I'm very, very happy with the end result. Thank you all. Thank you all. And I'll set a marker. End of the World Cup.